All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Halftime of Slate 1 is about to approach here for all these games, so perfect time to get started. The end times are here, chat. We knew that they were soon. The end of the NBA season is finally happening. It's the last day of the regular season. There's a lot of stuff to figure out. The entire Western Conference basically still needs to figure out the seeding. You play the entire season, chat, and what do you figure out? Absolutely nothing. And you get to the last games, so this is ideal, though. We get a fun slate of games here with some real stakes. The Eastern Conference, though, not so much. And we do also have a massive player rankings that we will be unveiling as well, too, throughout the show. But like we were saying, this slate 1 is about to hit halftime here for a bunch of these games. A couple of games already... Oh, excuse me, chat. Already in the break. But we might as well take a look here at the Eastern Conference standings. We'll get to the Western Conference, chat. We'll get to all of it. Make no mistake. Pause. We will be here, especially as the Western Conference figures out. I don't know what necessarily the injury situation is for some of these teams. And what even, I guess if we even look here, you know, what some teams could want for a result or not as well. Because the next game on ESPN, right now on ESPN, the Nuggets versus the Bucks is, the Bucks are just shooting like 70% from the field in the first half. They can't miss. It's an absolute blowout. The Pistons aren't really playing. Did I say Nuggets Bucks? Pistons Bucks. Who knows what I said, chat? But Pistons Bucks is the game that's actually on, and the Bucks are the ones that are actually shooting well and the ones that are actually winning the game by a lot. The Pistons aren't really playing anybody. Cade Cunningham's not in the game, so I mean, I don't think, you know, the Bucks aren't really lining up their star guys either. But regardless, the Kuzma Connaughton combination has been too powerful compared to the Malik Beasley Ron Holland combo, I guess would be the other guy. Chat, I don't know. I guess it gets, what are the options outside of Cade Cunningham? Obviously, they got the defense and the versatility when Cade Cunningham's in there to control and make sure that they actually can get some points, chat. But outside of that, who knows? So, yeah, of course, Cleveland, Boston, the Knicks, the Pacers, the Bucks, the Pistons, the Magic, chat, and the Hawks would be the top 8 teams. Chicago and Miami are the 9 and 10 right now. And I guess the only potential seeding would be the Knicks, Pacers. I don't know what the tiebreaker situation would be for those two teams. But the Pacers right now are down 20 at halftime, so they would definitely be losing. So it might not even matter, chat. The Pacers are going to lose. And, I mean, the Knicks might lose as well, too. Shout out to the Battle of New York. The Nets are going to get one last victory to hang over the Knicks' heads, chat. And have some pride. Can they take any pride in this game? Are Nets fans going to be walking down the street talking about this game? I mean, you got Shamet going up, but I guess Martin for the Nets is going off as well, too, chat. 13 points, 14 for Shamet. So that one might just kind of solve itself. I guess there's some potential play-in seeding scenarios. Maybe Chicago could tie here with Atlanta for the 8th seed. But in terms of dramatic playoff differences. But like we were saying, chat, for the West, they were showing the situations earlier. I mean, basically, I think the Lakers are locked into the 3 seed at this point, and the Nuggets through the Grizzlies is where it gets kind of tricky. The Grizzlies can really only go to 7 to 8, but the Nuggets could go down to 7. So could the Clippers. So like all these teams could be 4 through 7, essentially in the Western Conference here. And the Warriors was the interesting one that I was thinking, like, what do you want for potential? You know, can you even control your destiny in this type of way? Because they've got a Clippers matchup next. So the Clippers, you know, they're going to want to win this game anyways to, you know, maybe just be the 5 seed, avoid the Lakers. That's the right term. But, do you want to see Doncic in the first round? Do the Lakers want to see the Clippers in the first round? Probably not. It's just a tough first round matchup for either of those teams. But you get a chance to play the Nuggets with the way they're looking right now. The Nuggets just firing their head coach. You can play them in the first round. So you got and if you're the Warriors, I don't think the Warriors can be the 5 seed. Maybe they're the one team that can be like only a 6 or a 7 seed as well, too. Minnesota, maybe there's some tiebreaker situations. We need that graphic back up, ESPN. I'm sure they'll show it several more times. But Minnesota, maybe due to some tiebreaker situations, could jump up to the potential 4 seed as well. They're one of the biggest variance teams, and especially with where they're at 7. Like, could they start the day at 7 with the possibility of 8 and then end up at 4? Now they're hosting a playoff series. Maybe 2. Who knows, Chad? But I guess that would be, kind of a first-round upset potentially if they would have to, is Oklahoma City going to get upset in the first round? But if Minnesota goes to the 4 seed, then is Golden State capable of dropping to the 8 seed? Then you got Golden State versus OKC. I don't know if that's necessarily a first-round upset, but that could be a series. I don't know if the Clippers could drop down to the 8 seed as well. So OKC themselves might be looking between Memphis and Minnesota as their potential matchups. And obviously, we know which of those two teams are trending in the wrong direction for playoff time, Chad. Again, another team that just fired their head coach with Memphis. Memphis starting the whole trend. They gave everybody the idea, and the Nuggets just said, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We'll just go ahead and copy that." But we'll get the Western Conference slate here in a little bit. Everybody in the league, every team in the league, is playing today. There was no NBA games yesterday, which was crazy, chat, for a Saturday. There's no box scores to just be randomly checking throughout the day, like what's going on. No 2:30 box scores. Nothing's better than just a good 2:30 box score, chat. Just randomly like, oh, I need to go to my phone now. What's going on in this game? Oh yeah, here we go. I can check the score here real fast. But we got Boston in the Charles Lee revenge game. They're still playing well. Their guys still competing. Is it the Baylor Shireman, J.D. Davison? Who are even the young guys still left on this team for Boston? KJ Simpson for the Hornets. They got a Torrey Craig. That's right, Chad. Torrey Craig. Hauser, Cornette, Pritchard. Yikes. And Shireman? Shout out to Torrey Craig, man. That's a crazy lineup to be out there with. Torrey Craig 0 for 2, I imagine. A little bit rattled maybe playing in this game. And who's on the other side? Okay, you got Diavante Sims, Damian Baugh, Wendell Moore, Seth Curry has not entered the game. Oh, we're looking at the bench, chat. Starters: Saloon, Okogie, Nurkic, Daquan Jeffries, and KJ Simpson. Okay, that makes more sense. I mean, I would have believed it if the bench that we were reading was also the Hornets starting lineup at this point, but it's like Damian Baugh getting a start. That might be, I'm not really even sure who Damian Baugh is, chat. Like, that might be the number one who he play for starter guy of the season. There's going to be a couple of those guys in the games that don't matter, in the Eastern Conference here. Washington is another. There's a Keyshawn Johnson right now. Hopefully, I think Keyshawn or Keyshawn, one of those, chat, for Miami right now, that has like 14 points in the first half. He's just balling out. Let's see here. Yeah, Keyshawn Johnson, 12 points in the first half. Okay. We don't want to set the expectations too high. Jaime Jaquez, welcome to the NBA season. Jeez, we're about to do our top 100 rankings. We might have to put Jaquez at 101. I mean, Jaquez, a spoiler alert, chat. We had to ask. We were like, okay, IT, we don't give it. IT cooked up this list, so we won't take any credit for it. We'll fix any mistakes IT made as we unveil the list here, chat, in a little bit. Make no mistake. But they did spoil it and say Jaquez was not on the list. And I mean, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 31% from 3. I'm not necessarily mad at IT for putting him in the honorable mention category. Again, his usage and his role is to kind of taking a step back as well too. But end of season game, chat, overreaction performance number 1. We need to have, and again, we'll do all kinds of awards today as well too, chat. I guess we'll, in the course of the rankings, kind of be able to figure out maybe what all NBA and MVPs are as well. But do we need to do like an all overreaction team for today? Jaquez, now again, in Jaquez year 2, you'd hope he'd be taking a step up. You'd hope that these performances would just be happening in general. But the fact that he's got to had some games this year, Chad. We don't want to write Jaquez off. It's like he's only scored 8 points in every game this year. It's, of course, okay, he's had one 20-point game this year. And yeah, it was right at 20. It was a 97-92 game at Utah. So 20 points in that game, but again, low-key a impressive scoring performance, scoring, you know, almost a quarter of the team's points in that game. But only 6 games this year in which he scored 15 or more points. So not that you need him to be a go-to 20-point-a-game bucket getter, but he could definitely be in that 15 to 18 a point range, and then, maybe like a 15, 6, and 6 type guy. What was he last year, chat? He was all second team or first team? He was all first team rookie, I would imagine. Yeah, 4th in rookie of the year voting, 9th and 6th man of the year voting. So it was just off the bench in general. I mean, he was 48% from the field. So that mid-range stuff he had going, he was 55, 56%. From 2, he's been just under 50% this year. So it is a little bit of a difference. And, modern day chat 2025, we know the stats. We know how the efficiency works out. That even if you're shooting 50% in that 2-point range area, if you're going to be a heavy 2-point shooter, and again, he's not necessarily, he's taking 5 a game. He's not DeRozan at this point, but his 3-point attempt rate is definitely a little bit lower. Where's that stat at, chat? And I guess they wouldn't have it like compared to the league average on here. We don't know how to read those box scores, chat. It is what it is. But but yeah, when he's shooting 3-pointers about 25% of the time, then you're gonna have to probably be above a 50% 2-point shooter. And that doesn't necessarily, again, maybe even mean DeRozan from the mid-range. If you're attacking the rim and you're getting downhill and pause. If you can get to the basket and still shoot 50+% from 2, then you can balance it out. And I don't know what the actual math is for point wise, what you need to, because I think it's like actually like if you shoot 40% from 3, and he's not shooting 40% from 3, obviously, but if you shoot like 40%, maybe even 35% from 3, it's like 70% from 2 or so. Once you hear the math, it's like, okay, yeah, it is kind of overwhelming that you do need to be taking a lot of 3-pointers. Like, do we need to adjust it to a 2.5-point line? But if a player's not going to realistically, unless you're only getting lobs and dunks, obviously get to that 70% mark. So just at least from a vibe standpoint, from a non-analytical, but from just a stat bro standpoint, the stat bros at REMINGTOM would say you need to be at least, so he's only 0.3 percentage points off. So maybe we need to go a little bit up and say like 52 to 53%. So again, the bar's not we're not saying 70% like that, but you got to be making over half your 2-pointers if you're in that range. So definitely dip below that this year, where he's comfortably above it last year. And again, he was still only 32% from 3, so it shows that his field goal percentage is still pretty. 48% from the field in general is still pretty good. But the fact that he was able to do it on the lower 3-point number, if he's bringing that up in year 2, then maybe he's I don't know how the math correlates, but maybe he's a 51-38% guy. And it's like, oh, Jaquez, okay. So then he's up to, like we're saying, in that 15, 16-pointer range. And he was only 4 rebounds, 2.5 assists last year. So I guess he's not like a full-on, Sabonis stat line necessarily. But per 36, he would be 5 rebounds, 3.5 assists last year. So he is 7 rebounds this year, 4.5. So that is up a little bit per 36. His per 36 box score is not bad. So that's good. So, he got the usage tonight and he cooked a little bit. Again, against the Wizards, you'd expect it. Or today, chat. I guess we're daytime recording this time. But Keyshawn Johnson's the one taking advantage as well, too, with 12 points in that game. Ware with 9 points. Looking pretty good so far. So, unfortunately, the old heads, chat, are the ones that are, keeping Miami from winning this game so far. Kyle Anderson, Terry Rozier off the bench. -10, -12. They're holding them back so far. What are they? Combined 2 for 12? Yikes. But AJ Johnson, I feel like we mentioned a couple of live streams ago that we had some AJ Johnson stock, and since then he's been kind of consistently 1 for 6, 2 for. It's like, okay, can we get a decent? But you see the plus minus, the size, the defense. But again, it's been kind of the defense or the bench for the Wizards with Tristan Vucevic, not Nikola, and Kobe Jones. Tristan Vucevic with a 6 for 7, 17 points off the bench. 7 rebounds, a 17 and 7 in the first half. Do we need to do a or is it Vucevic? It might be Vucevic, Chad. I don't know what the, for what's the nationality here, Chad? Oh, Italian. Born Italian. But I don't know, I guess he doesn't have the little pronunciation things. We need to brush up on some of those pronunciation guides, Chad. But year 2 with the Wizards, 34 games played, 48% from the field, 35% from 3. Vucevic? We're going to say Vucevic, not disrespectfully to mispronounce. So, maybe we should say Vucevic. They just need to add the Basketball Reference. That needs to be your next upgrade. Add the pronunciation audio thing. Because the WNBA is already doing it on some of their team pages. So, I mean, not that the technology wouldn't be possible. And again, shout out to the WNBA for getting to it first. Maybe some of the soccer teams are doing it as well, too. I don't know. If there's another league we need to give credit. Like, Spike Ball. Does the Spike Ball tournament website have the pronunciation guides first? Who knows, Chad? But Basketball Reference, it would definitely be. I guess they do have the thing here, Chad. We're literally we are born in, we're childs of the 21st century. So reading we just look at a page and we're like, we need to hear things. We need to see things. Not words spelled out, I guess. Pictures. But Vucevic. So that for some reason is making it more confusing. Vucevic. So do we need to do the pronunciation guide for Nikola, chat? A little cross comparison. Is it the same thing? Nikola Vucevic. Yeah, see they have the CH there, but for Tristan they just have the K. So I feel like I'm just a little hesitant to say Vuk, chat. That feels like something we shouldn't be saying, but Vucevic. It's not. It's definitely not Vucevic. But shout out to our guy Tristan Vuk. Can we call him Tristan Vuk? Who knows? But either way, maybe his prominence will rise in year 3 and national TV guys will start saying his name. I mean, you see the 3-point percentage alone take a big jump up. Again, his field goal percentage was able to take a massive leap forward by just increasing his 3-point percentage. You see his 2-point field goal percentage even went down, but still pretty good. 60% from 2 is now you're in Jokic territory, chat, which I guess is maybe the scale that we're just comparing. It's like, okay, Jokic is on this level. He's at 60. So if you're in the 50s, you're probably doing pretty good. But still, 57.5% is fantastic. 8.5 a game. 3, what are we getting? 2.5, 3 rebounds is okay. 23-9 as a score first guy. I guess 9 rebounds. You're always going to be wanting your bigs to probably be in the double-digit rebounding range as well, too, ideally. But I guess you got him playing next to Sar. So is that a lineup, chat, in the future? Do we need to go? I guess I don't know if we're going to start deep diving the Wizards lineup numbers here. We got a lot of player ranking guys to unveil going forward. And we're already deep diving into Tristan Vucevic and, just random guys, chat. Jaime Jaquez. But shout out. And he's still balling out to start the third quarter. Wizards up by 10. Just something about this Wizards team. I know we were saying that Cooper Flag, the Wizards, is that like, what do you want to send Cooper Flag to the Wizards? Chat, you want to ruin another young prospect like that? But, the more you watch the team, it's like, him with it, is that a great spacing front court with Tristan, Sar, and Flag? With Flag, obviously, we know he's probably hopefully going to be a consistent 3-point shooter in the league. And maybe Sar does add a perimeter element. I don't know if he's going to be, will he be Jaren Jackson? Not that Jaren Jackson's like a 40% 3-point shooter all the time, but the way that Jaren Jackson is committed to being a perimeter level player, like, I wonder if you could have Sar still a little bit more interior level stuff. But Where the activity, chat, getting a steal. I mean, Ware looks really good as well too. It's a fun couple of young classes. And that was the thing I was looking at as well, too, going through, with IT talking about them going through the player rankings chat and with just seeing a bunch of the talent in the league is, the conversation has always been that, and, it's been recently that the league is as talented as it's ever been. There's definitely a skill level that the guys have that is as high as it's ever been now. But you start going through some of the names and some of the impact stuff, and it's like, okay, I don't know if it is. Again, like we're saying, it's definitely is the 10th man more skilled than the 10th man from back in the day. Like, I definitely get the arguments and all that stuff, and maybe there is some of the stats to bear some of this stuff out as well too. And there are certain guys that are good players that you're like, okay, there's just certain weaknesses and certain aspects to the game that the way the league is played now that maybe you're just not able to overcome certain types of things. But it really is the just depth of the league, and it really is like that fourth through seventh man type talent and it was the top end talent that I was looking at where I was like, okay, is the top end talent quite the same it was even a couple years ago, chat? Because like losing Embiid this year, and hopefully we haven't lost Embiid as a star player for at least a couple more seasons, but I guess should we go back and just look at like all NBA from a couple years ago? I mean, you think even Durant this year, just competitively what that team, and Booker as well too. Booker is out there playing, and he's still a presence in the league, but just in a different type of way, obviously. Again, that team not really competitive, so you still have a bunch of the same talent still around. But, yeah, I mean, Lillard's obviously in a different phase of his career as well now too, chat. You've got, okay, so you see Siakam, Gobert, a couple of All-NBAs in there, Butler, Ben Simmons, Westbrook, still third-team All-NBA in 1920 is crazy, chat. But, we got Mitchell on here 2 years ago, Brunson on second team last year. Okay, chat, so it is definitely probably even better than it was 5 years ago. Harden, I guess peak Harden was pretty fun as well, too. Again, I've always been, I always liked that Harden-Houston run, just watching it. But, because you still have Doncic in LA is a different thing. We don't have we didn't really have Davis this year after the trade, unfortunately, with some of the injury stuff, and just the luck of that team didn't really work out too much, chat. But I guess just to like when the conversation is the league is more talented, it's like, okay, I still think that the teams from 10, 15, 20 years ago, the number one seed from then I think would still have a great game against the number one seed. Like the 8 seed would still have and maybe again, once you start getting into the Wizards or, the 14 team versus the 14 team, like the really bottom tier teams, is where you really start to see the total depth of talent in the league. But for the most part, it's like, okay, is the top, and it could just be nostalgia as well too, chat. Like, I don't know what we're going to be. And if we're starting to hit that phase where, the star players in the league aren't as cool as they were when we were kids or not, I just don't know, chat. We'll have to see. Maybe, I mean, that's not totally true. There are obviously star players that are awesome. But, it's not to say that, again, the league isn't as talented as it's ever been. But I don't know if it's, like, so far as talented as it's ever been, if that makes sense. Like, maybe just, like, scale it back, like, 2%, 3%. Like, do we just need to give Darren Williams a little bit of credit, chat? Like, Darren Williams versus Jalen Brunson? No, I think Jalen Brunson has definitely had better peaks than Darren Williams. But, I'm just saying that some of the talent's pretty close still. But should we actually start unveiling some of the list, chat? I know since IT got a pretty big task of ranking 100 players, chat. So it's going to be a lot of players to unveil, and we better just start diving into it if we're going to be, then even diving into some of the players after that. But should we get the list that IT sent us over, chat? And then, we will have the initial list. Like we said, we can make improvements as we go along. And maybe add people to it. Does if Jaime Jaquez gets to 40, does he move on, chat? Up over the top? I mean, IT right away has... Are we going to label this correctly, chat? Okay, we're going to start from 100 and go to number 1. So no spoilers, I guess. Hopefully the list doesn't get leaked while we're live, and then is Woj? I guess Woj is out of the game now, so Sham's gonna be tapped into the live stream. IT, nobody in the booth is. Hopefully nobody's got loyalty to Shams over the REMINGTOM pod, but don't be leaking the list before we get to the top couple of players. But 100, I don't know. Maybe some of these early names we could definitely have leaked them to get them out of the way early, chat. Max Christie is in the top 100. IT, what are we doing? Max Christie. Is Max Christie the only guy from the trade in this list? Because I think this list also does have a couple of stipulations on it. There does have to be... I don't know if the games played rules for this list, chat, are as strict, and not the ones that the league has is super strict. But I don't know if they're as strict as the one the league had. But you still have to have, actually played some games. And with all due respect to some great players as well, too. So, should we actually start? Okay, spoiler. Max Christie's 100. Should we start with some of the guys, chat, that maybe should have, could have cracked the list, of course, but just wouldn't have been capable? Because, I mean, obviously, our guy, chat, we literally have we have the jersey on the front right here for Victor Wembanyama. We won't turn it over and show the name on the back, but for the front right now, it's a Victor Wembanyama jersey if it's just laying like this. But Wemby obviously is in the list. Tyrese Maxey is in the list. Again, speaking of the Davis Doncic trade, Davis, obviously he's higher up on the list than Max Christie is, even after games played for the trade. Max Christie, shout out, 31 games played in Dallas after this trade. But 11 points a game, chat. I guess enough to get in the top 100. 37% from 3. They kind of like the 3-point versatility from Max Christie. Are we projecting out a little bit? But I don't know how much projecting out this list is doing in general. Because it's not obviously, we're not trying to copy the trade value list necessarily. But it is a part of the conversation now in the way you talk about guys and the way that they're ranked. So it's okay. It's that's a little bit of a part of it, but the full future aspect of it, the full contract aspect of it, I don't think is totally worked into this list. Maybe in certain tiebreaker situations and in certain differentiating, is that the right way to say it, Chad? Differentiating scenarios in certain situations like that, then maybe there might be and that is a thing as well, too. It's it might come down to just okay, which guy would you rather have? But it's not like a full trade value list. It's not a full just take all that stuff off and just a full-on basketball list. It works a little bit of that into it. But it is a little bit more for this year. I think maybe the rule, and maybe it would help actually, too, to once we get the list out, if we had a rule and then see if the list actually sticks to the rule. But the rule is maybe... for this playoff run, if you could swap out a guy for this playoff run, then would you do it? So Max Christie, 100 guys that you could have for a playoff run. Is he number 100, chat? Or is IT just really confident in their scouting abilities? They really like what they've seen from Christie at the top 100. But yeah, who else? I mean, like we were saying with the Sixers guys, did we mention Maxey for honorable mention? Because Maxey still played a ton of games this year. Maxey played 50 plus games. I think Maxey still has played more games than Ja. So, IT, if Ja's on this list and Maxey's not on the list, then that might be interesting. But Ja actually is going to be in the playoffs as well, too. So, that is another thing we should mention with the list is doing it now, pause, at the end of the regular season. But we'll definitely be back at the playoffs and update it because there's going to be big movers for the playoffs. But that's why I didn't want to wait till the playoffs to do a ranking this big because, again, 100 guys to impact the playoffs is it's probably going to be pretty condensed at that point. And, you start getting to the top teams, it might not necessarily be that bad of it's not going to be that bad of a top 100 list for sure. But we'll set the initial rankings for what were their performances like in the regular season, and then who are the biggest movers in the playoffs, and then how does that, and then after the playoffs when we do that updated ranking, what is the official sort of standing in the league rankings for, guys you kind of want in the right away type future, 1 season, season and a half type ordeal, playoff run type stuff. Because make no mistake, chat, we want to make sure we got LeBron in this list as high as possible. So it's like, okay, if this is this the list for the games next week? If you're top 100 players, if you need a player in a game next week, LeBron James, number 4. But okay, so I guess are we spoiling IT's list? We'll see where they ended up putting LeBron, chat. But yeah, so like Maxey ended up still, 52 games, not enough to get in the award conversation, but still enough to like have impacted the season in a real way. 26 a game. The efficiency, was not there this year like it was last year. 45% from the field, 37% from 3. And you see even 2 seasons ago, 48 and 43 as well too in that off the bench role. But 26 a game when you're 37% from 3, 45% from the field, you're still in a really pretty good score territory as a young guy. So 24, 25, it's not like, oh, Max, he's not a top 100 player in the NBA. It's just on a technicality basis, he's just not on the list right now. But maybe after the playoffs as well, too, we'll add the guys back in as like a post. Or is this just an excuse to do a third ranking in the offseason to add the injury guys in? And then I guess LeBron gets bumped to 5 because Wemby's going to need to take that number 4 spot, chat. Or Wemby goes up to 3. Little offseason hype now starts to build. We'll see what happens with the Spurs in the draft. But shout out. We'll see again if Max Christie even going to stay on this list. This could grow to like, hey, pause. But could this be like 106 players by the end of this? We'll just rank everybody till we get Max Christie properly ranked. Shout out to Max Christie. Maybe he moves up the list as well too. We don't want to totally write him off, chat. But number 99, we got our guy Jonas Valanciunas. And speaking of guys that have impacted the playoffs, how do we spell this guy's name, chat? But not only impacted the playoffs, but I think has impacted the play-in game about as much as anybody in NBA history. I think he leads the stat that I saw, chat. If I'm not mistaken, IT, hopefully they weren't, giving us fake stats, but the stat that I saw was Jonas Valanciunas leads the play-in all time in points and rebounds and maybe assists, but that'd be crazy. Definitely points and rebounds. Maybe those like blocks or something. Minutes played. Who knows? There's definitely a third stat, but he's going to be adding to it this year, chat, because the Kings will be back in it. Lock it in. Obviously, the Suns are out, so it's Sacramento basically 9-10 seed at this point, but they will be playing a play-in game. I guess assuming Jonas Valanciunas is able to be in that game, be impactful, then he'll be adding to a stat line. But the greatest play-in player of all time, Jonas Valanciunas, there's just no way that he was not going to be a top 100 player at least heading into the playoffs, chat. You know that if you're going to be in a play-in game scenario, is there 99 guys you'd rather have than, or is there 100 guys that you'd rather have than Jonas Valanciunas? Turns out I guess there's only 99 guys. But 98, Scottie Pippen Jr. Whoa! Big day for the Pippen family, chat. Scottie Pippen Jr. makes the top 100 list. Vital kind of rotation guy for the Grizzlies. They've always, of course, got just random guys popping off the bench. But his actual scoring has been, I want to say he's, double digits a game for him this year, chat. Oh, 9.9. He's so close. But, I mean, look at the efficiency. 48% from the field, 39% from 3. Like, I'm projected out 30 per 36 minutes. What are we looking at for our guy Scottie Pippen here? 16 a game? 16 and 7 and 5? And that's the thing as well, too. He's like kind of a good rebounder. I know initially some of the stuff is he's undersized. But, and 5 rebounds a game from the point guard position, I still feel like it's pretty good. At 6'1", giving you 5 rebounds a game, plus the playmaking, and he can kind of get to the rim as well too, chat. Pause. What's the shooting breakdown here? Do they have the field goal percentage by distance? 0 to 3. Where's our guy Scottie Pippen at? 65%. So almost 66. Like Ja is almost 70. So he's a little bit above him. But You've got Bane as well. Uh, Bane at 71% this year. So I guess, I'm assuming we'll get to Bane at some point on this list. It was Scottie Pippen Jr. Is he on the top 100 and Desmond Bane is not? What's the games played for Bane this year? He's been out there. Yeah, chat, 69 games. So pause. He's been out there. But 79 for Scottie Pippen? One of the, I guess, 1,600 minutes, again, off the bench. A little bit more of a limited role. But definitely made about as many appearances as anybody has in the league and has managed his time efficiently. So shout out to Scottie Pippen Jr. I like that he's a kind of a different player as well too. And again, you could say we can make the jokes for that type of stuff, but the playmaking type stuff that he's doing as a guard, and again, if he was 6'4", 6'5", or 6'6", if he was the size of Scottie Pippen but still playing like this, it's still a different type of player than his dad, and it's just a fun type of thing. Maybe this is another shout out to Six Trophies Pod. Maybe it was them that I was listening to talk about. We'll give him credit anyways, chat, because we like him. But they were talking about that fact where sometimes you get that similar factor of kids being similar to their dads, or maybe it was somebody talking about Shador actually, and it was like, oh, Shador is like playing a whole other side of the ball in the NFL. He's a quarterback. Dion's a defensive back. Shador's not maybe the athlete that Dion is, but he does some sneaky things, and I guess who knows what the reports are and what the IQ is compared to his dad. But who knows? Maybe that gets up there as well too in a thing. But you get just the type of player that Pippen is a fun guy, and maybe just a little bit, I don't want to say a more dynamic scorer than a guy like Tyus Jones or whatever, but because if we looked at the numbers, like, Tyus Jones per 36 numbers in Memphis better than Scottie Pippen Jr.'s, but it does feel like him attacking a little bit is better. And he's a better three-point shooter as well, too. Like, I don't know if Tyus Jones was ever this close to being a 40% three-point shooter. So just as that backup point guard role, and again, with Ja Morant, it's been a position of importance on the team because they've needed to go to that backup more often than not. So Ja's been out there to end the season. He'll hopefully be out there for the playoffs for him if they're able to play in at least, and we'll see if they're able to advance into the actual playoff portion of it. But for a regular season and for a 6-7 man rotation, and they have, of course, a lot of guys to go to. So in the playoffs, like that's maybe a thing that we'll have to monitor. Will Scottie Pippen still be an actual player for them to actually go to for lineups and stuff, or do they want to stay bigger with some of the stuff? Pause, but. With the way he's played in the regular season, chat, I'm sure that at least initially he'll be involved a lot in the rotation. So yeah, shout out to Scottie Pippen Jr. for cracking the top 100 list, chat, making it in at, what are we at, 98? One spot over Jonas Valanciunas, but 97. Maybe he would have been higher up on the list if he had caused a couple more fights, chat, because number 97 is Isaiah Stewart. Again, chat. Stewart. Leads the league in fights cost. Ruckuses. What's the ruckus count for Isaiah Stewart? Leads the league in charges. We need to add a new charge into the league stats. Not charges like block charge, but charges as in charging a player like he's going to fight them and having to be held back by teammates and assistant coaches. Shout out. Oh, wait. Isaiah Stewart. Oh, here we go, chat. Spelling the name wrong. Going Isaiah Thomas, I guess. On a beef stew. Still one of the, maybe a first team all nickname. Honestly, 2025, we got to give it to him, chat. First team all nickname. Beef stew. It might be the MVP nickname of the year. Just for is pretty clutch. 72 games, 20 minutes a game off the bench. Been a decent big man role player for him. You know the minutes that you're getting. You know the effort that he's going to give you, chat. Still, 6 and 5 in 20 minutes. He's basically a double-double guy when he's out there. Not out there today, so they could definitely have used his effort. Maybe to just scare the other team. Is that the other team's thing as well, too? Like, maybe against some good players, he gets some guys charged up, which could be an unfortunate thing. But his field goal percentage has climbed up this year as well, too. He's not necessarily a high-volume guy. But again, as still a big man, as a guy that you need to be efficient around the rim and just efficient with his opportunities. he's up near 56% and up in the mid 50s where he is in the 40s. It's like kind of a yikes, chat. I mean, he's taken a lot of threes last year. You see, he's eliminated that basically almost out of his game. That we're looking at the per 100 possessions, but regardless, still on the per 100 possessions, he's not taking them. Yeah, he's at 3 of his 8 shots, almost 4 of his, basically half his shots last year, or 3-pointers versus this year actually, maybe getting used. Getting used properly is crazy, but in the NBA context, if we can say that professionally. So, the true enforcer of the NBA, if the guys of old times want to complain about the guys being soft, it's like, hey, they still make them like they used to, chat. You want to talk about a timeless basketball player? Isaiah Stewart might be the most decade versatile basketball player of any player. You just put him in any decade, chat. It's like, okay. Yeah, I think Isaiah Stewart could start a fight with anybody. I don't know what the most likely fight guys were in each decade. And, obviously, Stewart versus Oakley would have been an all-time, I think, time machine matchup. But is Stewart even at the Oakley level at this point? Because I feel like Oakley might have made an all-star team, chat. So shout out to Stewart. Again, 6 and 5. He's definitely filling his role really well. But yeah, all-star and 2-time all-defenses for Charles Oakley as well too. So, some of the season numbers could look similar, but you see for most of his career, chat, even into some of those Knicks years as well too, he's in that double-digit point range. The field goal percentages were similar touch around the rim for Charles Oakley compared to Isaiah Stewart, I guess, chat. I guess even at 0.2 threes a game, probably too much for even the 90s. Charles Oakley, the one guy in the 90s actually taking too many threes, chat. 273s in his career. There's a couple years here in Toronto, 1999, 2000. It's a lockout season. What's the lockout season, chat? The lockout season, he only took 5 threes that year, but the 2 years after that, he's like, I'm getting ahead of the curve. Charles Oakley's taking 53s. Each of those years, he's taking a 3 every other game almost. Shout out to our guy, Charles Oakley. I think Barkley took a ton of threes as well, too. So if your name is Charles, make no mistake. I guess you're going to just take a couple of 3-pointers that you probably shouldn't. But, yeah, I don't know if that... Because, again, it's like definitely a enforcer level. Like, Isaiah Stewart's going to get the notoriety the way that maybe Oakley did. But I don't know if he's... I don't know if he's quite at the Oakley contender level yet. I don't know if Oakley has to take that fight quite yet. I think Isaiah Stewart maybe needs... he needs at least one all-defensive team before he can challenge Charles Oakley for, like, a all-time enforcer role. Because, again, with Oakley, it's like you're getting an enforcer and then a guy that can also... like be a starter on a playoff team, high level, and Stewart's rotation guy in a playoff team this year, Chad. But I don't know if he's again quite hit Oakley levels. But we got the first. Is this the first rookie on the list? I don't know how many rookies we have on the list here because again, this wasn't necessarily the strongest class. But wow, Chad, we got rookies breaking into the top 100. It's not Recherche either. I don't know. Will we see Recherche at some point? But we got our guy Alex Sarr making it on over Stewart. So if we were going instant sort of playoff impact, again, the long-term stuff, Sarr is the number 2 overall pick in the draft. At this point, you'd probably still, like, with all due respect to Stewart, you'd probably still, now we can't cross Stewart in the street, chat, but, cancel us now, but, with all due respect to Stewart, you probably still hope that Sarr has a little bit more basketball upside than Stewart, offensively, defensively. You still hope the game could be a little bit more. But would the Pistons switch out Sarr for Stewart for this year for a playoff run? And again, it's like you're bringing in Sarr in Washington as the number 2 overall pick, so maybe he's not fully formed as the number 2 overall pick quite yet. Hawkins has a couple of dunks in this game, chat. Heat are down 98-104, but again, Hawkins, do we have to put Hawkins on over Christie? I know Christie has had maybe some better moments here down the stretch of the season with the Mavs. Maybe we got to give Christie a chance. Is Christie playing in the later game What's the Mavs matchup today, chat? Are they on? Mavs versus Grizzlies? Okay. Okay. So we've got a potential Scottie Pippen versus Max Christie matchup in that one. And with some of the, I guess, are the Mavs even going to be like, we need to win that game? Who really cares if the Mavs are the 9 or the 10 seed at this point? But Christie could actually get some run in this one. So he might be in for a 20-point performance. And maybe we put Hawkes on the list over Christie and then move Christie back over him later if he plays well. We'll just have to see what happens. But I guess, a whopping 39% from the field. IT, really, we got to trust their scouting instincts. Would Detroit give up Stewart for Sarr's 39%? But if you put Sarr in that Detroit team and reduced his role a little bit, again, it's a different thing where maybe he's being asked to do a little bit more on this Washington team. But then you need Sarr to be maybe a little bit more defensively locked in as well, too, where maybe Stewart has some of the team concepts down a little bit more. We're not saying okay, the real basketball stuff of like, oh, now you're putting Sarr on a team like right before a playoff round, and again, he has to learn the team. It's like, can you put any of these guys on the team with the magic knowledge of chemistry and playbook right away, and then they can just fit it? Or maybe the chemistry and playbook is, part of it as well, too, chat. It's like, okay, the versatility is there for these players, but I think Sarr does have that versatility, and that's part of the Cooper Flag thing is I think you can bring Sarr into Cooper Flag, and neither one of them can be an overwhelming player. So, we saw Cooper Flag with Duke. Cooper Flag does have that killer mentality, chat, and I don't know if that is necessarily a thing that is going to get talked about in the. I guess we'll just have to see. We'll see actually how the evaluation process gets talked about for Cooper Flag, but. And I know for myself, I was kind of questioning as well too throughout the course of the season. It's like, okay, is he in that Paolo range or is he in that Chet range for a prospect where, and we'll get to the player rankings. Maybe maybe Paolo and Chet aren't like super far off in the player rankings as of right now, but you would still think like, okay, Paolo long-term if we're really doing the 5-10 year run, it has more upside as a franchise cornerstone at this point maybe than Chet does. But then it's like, okay, Chet's like versatility, like we're saying at this point as a number 2, is as good as any number 2 player in the league. Could Paolo immediately be as impactful as Chet is as the number 2? And would he be as good in that role right now? Like, who knows, Chet? But with Cooper Flag, it's like, is he going to be that perfect sort of number 2 who isn't quite a championship number 1, but again, just that perfect number 2. But you see with that mindset he had in the tournament with Duke, and even that last shot, it didn't go in, whatever. But he's taken the shots at the end of the game. He's through just time and time again when the team needs scoring, picking up a basket, but then balancing the playmaking stuff with it as well, too. So you get a guy like Sarr who doesn't necessarily demand the ball offensively. And Cooper Flag can put the killer mentality to work and take shots and be like, hey, offensively, if you need, and maybe he's not ideal if you want Cooper Flag taking, is Cooper Flag going to be Donovan Mitchell, like taking 23 shots in a game? Maybe there is games where Cooper Flag really has to go offensively off, but and Detroit has climbed back into this one as well too in the fourth quarter against Milwaukee. It's only a 5-point game now, chat. So shout out to the Detroit bench for working their way back here. AJ Green, what's going on? Pat Connaughton, our guy Kevin Porter Jr. chat. Oh man, things are falling apart fast. But yeah, shout out to Sarr. I think some of these playoff teams actually would value what he would do right away. But then again, like we're saying, if we were actually doing a long-term ranking as well too, he's definitely flashed some of that upside stuff. Pause. Have we done a little game-by-game check at all for Sarr recently? I don't think we have, chat, which is a mistake on our part, again, as the number 2 overall pick. So maybe we just, for his own sake, keep out that last game. Yeah, what would be like this peak stretch here for Sarr? That 19-point game, he did have what looks like a good shooting performance in that one. So he had a 16-game run here to end the season, basically before the last game, where he was, 42% from the field. It's not 39. At least he gets up into the 40s. 31% from 3. Again, the efficiency is maybe not great, but 17 a game. The scoring goes up a little bit. The confidence is there more. 5 rebounds, 2 assists is, a little Jaren Jackson-y as well, but a block and a half a game. That Philly game, 24, looked really good. You had a couple of nice games there, 24 and 22 back to back. It's like, okay, he's starting to string some stuff together. 34, 20, 22, 12 for 28 in that 34 game, 7 for 16, 7 for 12. Like he's kind of starting to put some of the pieces together. But yeah, I think right away could be an impactful player as well too. Just top 100 guy in the league maybe is a little rich, chat. And again, some of the injury stuff I guess here has maybe impacted the rankings a little bit, but we're not going to doubt it too much. Number 95, Kyle Kuzma. Did IT just make a adjustment today because he had like 20 points in the first half or first quarter? I don't know if he's necessarily kept that up so far. Sar today so far 10 points. So Champagny, both the Champagnes honestly could make a case for top 100 players. They both had great seasons. You know, the Wing Joneses. If you had a team where it was like Tyus Jones and Julian Champagny starting, and then Trey Jones and Justin Champagny off the bench, it could be like a mind trip, chat. And then you bring the Morris twins back. Is there any way? Because those three sets are kind of identical looking as well too. I'm trying to think if there's any non-identical twins in the NBA. Is that a part of the identical thing for it? It's like the DNA of it all is so similar that I guess the Thompson twins as well too, chat. You could have the Thompson twins in this lineup. The all twins team could be crazy. What a mind trip where, and that's like we were saying with the Pippen thing, and maybe it's more of a brother to brother thing than it is a father to son thing. But hey, yo, Chad, that sounds crazy. Don't clip that out. But the similarities between, like, a lot of the brothers have the same play styles. And like Steph and Seth, you know, are brothers. They're not necessarily twins. So they look like brothers, but they don't really have a twin thing going on the same way like the guys that we do mention. We need a fifth set of twins, Chad. Who would be the final set of twins? How old are the Morris twins? Do they even still count in this exercise? I guess they're both... Are they even free agents at this point? Okay, Markieff still active on a team. I guess not. Oh, on the Lakers. That's right. He was next to Stephen A on that clip, but I thought he was next to Stephen A like in the stands. I didn't realize, was Stephen A just sitting over on the Lakers side of the bench? I thought he was sitting across from where the benches were at on the other side of the court. But we'll have to go back and detective workshop the clip a little bit more. So, I mean, you know, are you going to be getting high-level performances from the Morris twins in this team? I'm not saying that this twin team is a title team right away, but you've got the Morris twins at 35. They can still get out there and give you minutes, Chad. They can still play a little bit. So we've got the Thompson twins, the Morris twins, who do we say, Chad? Got to keep track of all these guys. The twin. Where do we get off on the tangent? Oh, Champagny. That's what it was. So we got Champagny, Morris, the Thompsons, and the fourth one was... We'll get there eventually, chat. We'll remember it at some point. But it's forming. It's quickly forming. It's going to be a team that's going to... Maybe there's a set of twins on the horizon that we're just not there. Oh, chat, the Boozer twins! You might have to put the Boozer twins in this lineup in a couple years. If you get the Boozer twins and the Thompson twins in the league at the same time, that could be kind of crazy. And the Champagnes and the Joneses. That's what it was. Okay, chat. So that's the lineup. We have to wait for like 2026, but the expansion team in Vegas, I guess like Amen Thompson's not necessarily going to be up for in the expansion draft, or Asar as well too. It's probably not going to be. The Champagnes even might be protected in the expansion draft. But if you could get a Champagny in the expansion draft, chat, you might have to put that at the top of your list. But they need to make an exception to the rule. They say you can take we'll do the normal expansion draft, or you can do the twin team. Because again, in this twin team, you also have to take the Morris twins. So does that reset the roster where it's like, okay, you still have to rebuild a little bit. But you would have, in a couple of years, I mean, between the Boozer twins and the Thompson twins, because let's be honest, like we're saying that, you know, one twin is going to be on the bench and one twin is going to be a starter, and it's going to be a mind trip, the switching the five out. But when crunch time happens and you need to develop a winning lineup, you're probably going to just put the Boozer twins and the Thompson twins out there. And then you would need a big. So that's where the Morris twins. Like, do you have to put the Morris twins out there for size, or do you put Tyus Jones out there as another point guard, chat? Or there's a seventh set of twins, a sixth set of twins that we're just not thinking about at the moment. A set of center twins as well too. Maybe I'm just like giving out all the clues and just not thinking of it. But or maybe it'll be on the list. Oh, the Murray twins, chat. The Murray twins. I didn't think about the Murray twins. So if you had Keegan Murray, Amen, and Asar Thompson, and the Boozer twins as your final five, that's kind of a decent team, chat. You know, it's not the you could be the center, point guard, all that stuff, but you got some ball movement versatility with the Thompson twins and the Boozer twins, and there's definite athleticism with that lineup as well too. So they could probably make up for some of the rebounding and defensive side stuff as well. But shout out to Mark. Can we call him Snoop Dogg? Are we just allowed to give that nick? Are we allowed to give out somebody else's nickname as a nickname? And that's just, I mean, how iconic Snoop's name is at this point. It's literally just a name. Snoop Dogg is his name. I know that's not a hot take, but I mean, it's obviously his nickname. I mean, it's his professional name as well too, but you know, it's his nickname in a sense. Like, I don't know if there's another nickname that you would give somebody else as a nickname. So if I'm not knowing the backstory to why Markieff Morris is called Snoop Dogg, does he just look like a... He doesn't really look like a younger Snoop. At least I don't think so, chap. But I could be wrong. DM me if I'm wrong. Rem Sam Pod on Instagram. But Marcus Morris, where's he at right now? Is he on a team? Houston? Cleveland? No. It said he was active, so he must be just floating around as a free agent. Career 12 points a game. Mook? Shout out to Mook. Ben made sure to have his trip around the league. That's for sure. Seen the sights, chat. You love to see it. But anyways, yeah, shout out to Kyle Kuzma as the 95th best player in the league. Another, I guess, Wizards. We got to run a Wizards / former Wizards here. Kyle Kuzma being a former Wizard. I guess that's what's going to happen. Top 100. It's going to be maybe at this portion of the list where we see these players in this team. But Jordan Poole, I guess, IT, still got to pay some respects for Jordan Poole. Still a 20-point a game guy with some scoring upside. I don't know, obviously, if he has still the same upside that we thought he may have had at Golden State. But I think, you know, again, the upside was at one point in Golden State was like, oh, does this guy need his own team? And we have to remember what he was in Golden State ultimately was a really, really high-level sixth man that could check into these playoff games, have these, like, 6-minute, maybe not even chat, but like 4 to 5 minute stretches where he would just hit a bunch of three-pointers, swing these games, and then if you needed him to be on the court at the end of games as well too, you know, he could give you that complementary offense and score off of another star player. So again, in Washington's here, it's like he's got a little bit of a payday, you know, a younger guy going to a new team. It's like, can he start a new franchise? But if he is ever finding himself in that position again where, and pause, but and you know, who knows what he's willing to be able to accept as a role too, as well as a basketball player. Like, that's always a part of it. But again, assuming where he does have a star scorer or two, and you know, again, speaking of Cooper Flagg, like maybe Poole is a guy that if you put Cooper, I'm talking myself into Cooper Flagg on the Wizards chat. Do we hope? Am I going to say it right now? I hope the Wizards win the lottery. I can barely get it out because it's a new sentence. It's like a baby deer that is just stumbling to walk. It's like a new sentence of words that has never been uttered. I hope the Wizards win the... I still can't quite say it, chat. I still can't quite say it. But if Jordan Poole is a guy that can be a complimentary scorer as well, too, and you get a main guy like Flagg, and like we're saying, Flagg, maybe he's okay with, hey, in the first quarter, second quarter, Poole's going to shoot a couple of times more than he wants to, or more than the team wants him to. He's going to get a couple of these moments out of the system, but later in the moments in the game, maybe Flagg takes over and then it all kind of bounces itself out. And Hawkes with the free throws just got to 40. He's got 40, 10, and 7. So we said if Hawkes got to 40, we'd put him on the list. Again, Hawkes got to 20 points. I guess we already checked the stats earlier. He's at 8 a game this year, got 20 points once. But do we just put him on right now over Jordan Poole? Is this like totally reset the Jaime Jaquez picture? We got to double check the spelling on his name as well, too. I think it's Jaime. Yeah, there we go, chat. Our guy, I guess I didn't think initially. But shout out our guy, Jaime Jaquez Jr. He's now the new number 93 player on the list. Do we make him the new number 92? Because the next player on over Jordan Poole, I guess IT had Colin Sexton on over Jordan Poole. Chat, I don't know how deep in the weeds we want to go with this player rankings, but Colin Sexton or Jordan Poole? I think Colin Sexton's been kind of efficient, though, this year. 40% from 3. He's been in that range the last couple of years, which I don't know if we are giving him credit for developing in that part of the game, chat. For his career, he is a 38% three-point shooter. He's been in the league 7 years now. I guess that 2021-22 season, I was not ideal. But basically every other season, a 2-year run there in Cleveland, I guess it was that stretch up to him getting traded. So it makes sense if you're looking back at the stats a little bit. But you see now a little bit more of the career taking place. And, 18 a game, 47 from the field, 38 from 3. So he's been stuck in Utah a little bit here and been asked to do some more on the team. But again, the efficiency's still been able to remain at a decent level where 3 points shooting has stayed consistent. He's taken, 4 a game. He's not necessarily overdoing it. He kind of knows his role from a shot-making standpoint as well, too. So I'm a fan, chat. I'm a fan of Colin Sexton. Good team alert. I think he's kind of a sneaky, and it's still kind of only 26. So is in a little bit of a, maybe he starts to get antsy as well, too, and wants to switch it up. But maybe he likes taking 14 shots a game in Utah. I don't know if 14 shots a game is not like, again, he's not going to be, well, I guess if you're Jokic, you could be third team All NBA on 14 shots a game, but Jokic is also a top 20 player of all time, so that makes it special. But, and, top 20 is, I'm just trying to be safe at this point, but that could even be, too safe. But, again, with Sexton, if he was on a good team, like if he was on the Nuggets right now, I don't know where Jamal Murray's at on this list, chat, where he's going to get revealed at, but, there's some legacy stuff with Murray, but just the way they're playing and how old's Jamal, I guess, maybe we could get, again, into Jamal Murray's stats when he actually gets revealed here. But if you just, if you just gave him Sexton's efficiency as well, too, and I guess on the season, 47 and 39, 21 a game. He actually, it's not terrible numbers. Obviously, the Denver thing is, and, not terrible is not what we want to be saying about Jamal Murray. We need him to be playing at a different level. Is it totally write off hope for the playoffs? That's the problem, Jay. You're looking at that going like, oh, man, is there hope for the playoffs? But I guess, again, we'll get to Murray. Maybe in a second. Who knows? Top 100? If Colin Sexton and Jaime Jaquez are playing like this, then maybe Jamal Murray's in trouble. Or, not even put Colin Sexton on in place of Jamal Murray, but what if you just add him to the Nuggets, And what would that trade even have to look like? Would you have to give up some first-round picks? Because he was a former number 6 overall pick in the draft, so I don't know what kind of upside status he still holds, again, even as a 26-year-old player. Is he got that Jordan Poole, could he be a lead guard? I don't know if teams are thinking that. But in third best, is he, Austin Reeves is not probably in the 90s here, but if he's on a better team, is he that third scorer type guy? I don't know if he's quite that level, but I don't think he's too far off, chat. I think he's too far off. Again, a guy like Reeves can, and the reason Reeves might be way up higher than the list in the 90s, chat, is when those other star players are off the court, then Reeves can kind of, even against the other stars, have moments where he's carrying an offense. Like, if Colin Sexton is on the court with Luka and LeBron, then yeah, I'm sure he could be a third best player on that team, absolutely. But in the moments where you need him to do a little bit more or score off of those guys in a different type of way, could he ascend to that type of level? That's what we just have to see. But again, with the numbers that he's putting up in Utah, I hope that as he enters sort of the peak years here, he gets to be an impactful guy. Because, again, even that Cleveland team, like, you trade him for Donovan Mitchell, and that's a part of it as well, too. A definite upgrade for Cleveland. There's no it's not a retrospective, and it was a big trade as well too back in the day. So it's a lot that has gone well for Utah. The marketing thing is hit. Like we're saying, Sexton, the value on Sexton is as high as it's ever been. It seems like, at least to me, but at least for his numbers, like he's played as consistently as he's ever been here in Utah. And who knows what those first round picks, even the history of those are at this point, if those have even been moved around a little bit. But still been a good trade for the Jazz. And yeah, it's obviously been an upgrade for Cleveland. They're a title contending team this year. But like we're saying, that Cleveland team was not good with it. So yeah, is he a good stats, bad team guy? Maybe. But again, it's him as a lead guy, not him as not asking to trade for him as the Spurs is a missing piece. Like if the Spurs hit a lottery pick and then all of a sudden, I don't know what the contract situation is, but if it's like, hey, now all of a sudden Sexton's being undervalued in the league and a team needs just a scorer like that, like he's still a valuable guy, Chad. So, Jaquez, from the long-term stuff, I know he would be higher on the trade value. But this year, I mean, Sexton's had a better year than Jaquez has. So maybe Jaquez wins the playoff role argument as well, too. But, one spot off. It's close either way. But got to go with our guy, Steph Castle, chat. A Spur making the list, top 100 right away. So we got a couple of rookies. Here we go. Sarr and Castle. So if Castle is right here, does that mean Recherche is not in the top 100? IT, what are the honorable mentions? Where's Recherche? Below Max Christie? Scottie Pippen Jr.? Isaiah Stewart? So do we might have to put Recherche and Sarr back to back as well. The caps lock is messing me up today. I can't remember that it's on, but and Recherche being the number 1 overall pick, I don't know in a redraft situation if we would do a redraft here. Castle's obviously going to win Rookie of the Year and looks like still the best rookie. I don't know if the Hawks regret their pick, but the Wizards as well too. Like Sarr, I don't know if the Wizards would take Recherche over Sarr at this point. If we're in that redraft situation and Castle goes 1, then Recherche is on the board. And that was the conversation at the draft as well, too. It's like, if Recherche doesn't go number 1, then where does he go? Is he going to, fall to number... Is Anthony Bennett all over again? And not that from, maybe the basketball court stuff. And Recherche has already proven, I think, maybe even a little bit more than that. Has Recherche already had a better career than Anthony Bennett? Shout out to Anthony Bennett, Chad. But I don't think either of those teams are feeling bad about the guys that they have at the 1 and 2 spots so far in comparison to each other. Again, the Castle thing... We'll see. He continues to look like a legit dude. I mean, he's already a couple spots above him here, chat. Again, above a couple of guys that can get you buckets like Sexton and Poole. Like, if we put Castle in a playoff series right now, is he going to get you a bucket the same way that Poole can? No, but is he going to take away from the team in the same way? IT, that's a tough one. Is Castle better? Is he a better basketball player than Jordan Poole right now? It's a couple of spots of Colin Sexton. I'm not going to debate it. Make no mistake. I'll probably debate moving Steph Castle up this list, but just in the terms of being unbiased, and he probably will continue to move up this list as his career goes on. So it's not going to be shocking if this is like the lowest his stock ever is. But I'm just, in the sake of being honesty, like if we have to have the conversation, I think it's at least a close call. Poole is still in that mix versus Steph Castle, but we're not dropping Steph Castle below Kuzma. Would the Bucks trade Kuzma? See, that's even a tough one because it's situational too. The Bucks need Kuzma's, is Kuzma the best bucket getter in the NBA? I mean, he was in the first quarter today, definitely. But, game to game, is he the best bucket getter in the NBA? It's a bit of an ass chat for Kuzma to hit that level, but he's still a more consistent scorer than Castle is. But would you would you take Castle and the team knowing the long-term effects of it as well too? That could be part of it. So I don't know. It's tough to erase it all out of your mind, but the number 1 guy on this list I don't think is too bad as well too. But Shaedon Sharpe, 1 spot above Steph Castle. So 2 younger players that, again, I don't know if they have as much of a definite skill set as other guys, but the upside is still there. Sharpe, you see him, the 3-point shooting consistency has still not happened yet for him, which is unfortunate, and still a big piece, and not even has not happened in like a, he's a 40% shooter. He's still like the low 30s, unfortunately. I think he's, I want to say 31 for this year so far. Yeah, 45% from the field, 31% from three. So you see the 2-point stuff. You know, like we were saying, in that 2-point efficiency range, he is there, chat. And him attacking the rim has been dynamic. He's had a bunch of athletic plays, as you would expect. You still see him soaring. It's 21, chat. Still 21. We've got to use the age as a pro factor in the conversation, you know, for as much as we can. But, yeah, if he can even get up into being a mid to upper 30s, then, you know, he'll get unlocked in a totally different way and be like actual, like, oh yeah, you could put this guy in a playoff series right now and he'd play. Which, I mean, you know, with the 3-point shooting, it'd be a little bit of a cross your fingers, but his athleticism would be a thing. And, you know, we got Warriors versus Clippers here next. Like, if he was on the Warriors, I don't know what Warriors guys we would have on the list. Like, I was going to say Wiggins, chat, but Wiggins got traded for Butler, obviously. So you're not going to trade Sharp for Butler. But would you trade Sharp for Wiggins for a playoff series right now? Probably not. I mean, you know, Wiggins defensively and what he's shown for 3-point shooting consistency has been higher peaks than Sharp. But maybe if you put him on this Warriors team with Butler and Curry, you know, he's probably obviously going to be impactful. But his cutting and his athleticism could be useful on a playoff team. You know, the Nuggets could definitely, they could use anybody, chat. But Shaedon Sharp would definitely be impactful for them as well, too. I think he definitely, even as an athlete, non-shooter, has a great role in the league. But if he gets that, then like we're saying, you know, the upside still is there as that go-to type guy. So are we in the 90s yet, Chad? I'm losing track. Oh, wait, do we have... IT says we missed a Spur in here. Oh, well, IT, screw it. We'll just change it up the order of your list. We'll move him up one spot. Who cares? Chris Paul. Is Chris Paul still a better basketball player than Shaedon Sharp? Yes, chat, we'll say it. I guess he is. I don't know if he's still capable of physically being a better basketball player than Shaedon Sharp, but he is, like, you know, in the Jedi old superhero type way of, it's like, can you just channel the magic one more time? If there was ever a playoffs, and, you know, what kind of playoff magic is Chris Paul channeling, chat? Yikes. But if there was ever a time where it's like, can Chris Paul channel the magic one more time? I think you can get it from him. Pause. Hey, yo. Whoa. But he's still been, I mean, and he's played every game for San Antonio this year. He's played every game, super consistent, been a near double-double, guys, like 8 and 8 the entire year. Good 3-point shooter. Maybe not, you know, all the mid-range attacking stuff in the same way, but he'll get a look at the top of the key and still be able to knock it down, can still set guys up and still give you good minutes. So Chris Paul still has a valuable role in the league as a veteran, as a presence, as just a great dude. I know that, you know, what do you want the end of some guys' careers to look like? And then you start getting to the box score stuff, and it's like, oh, you know, are these like the Vultures 1 seasons for Chris Paul? But even then, that's like crazy because, you know, there's obviously other things going on in the Vultures run that would make it unlistenable, chat. But if we're just talking like the music quality of that, it's like, oh, this now all of a sudden is this player like adding these tough seasons into their discography? But I don't think that this is what this is, chat. I think this is more like a Snoop and Dr. Dre missionary situation. We're like, oh yeah, these seasons are gonna have great. You're gonna be like, Chris Paul was a great veteran for this team. Wemby, the impact, all that stuff. I run it back, chat. I hope we still have Chris Paul for the next couple years. Player coach, moving to that role. A lead Mitch Johnson assistant in a couple of years. I mean, if we just want to get and, you know, I'm not sending him to the bench right away. I'm just saying, if we want to get the Chris Paul coaching thing going eventually, I hope that just the path would be, you know, San Antonio on the court to San Antonio on the bench at some point, to expanding in that coaching role and being awesome at that job. But I guess for now, he can still be a better basketball player than Shaedon Sharp, chat. So this is exciting. Wow, the rankings. This is, you know, probably going to be a 7-hour show. But we're cruising through it right now, chat. We are somewhere, you know, 90, 89. Who knows? We're losing track. We're adding players. We're taking guys off. We're moving guys around. But we still got the star players to go. More names to be unveiled. I mean, look at the star players we've already gotten to. Shaedon Sharp and Isaiah Stewart. So imagine the names that are left on the board, chat. Still to come, the rest of the player top 100 rankings. Right after this. Okay, chat, some of these players on the Pistons and the Bucks apparently don't want to give up their starting jobs in the last game of the regular season because we got 5 more minutes of overtime. Pat Connaughton is like, hey, I don't want to go back to the bench. Lindy Waters for the Pistons, chat. They're still competitive. They're still fighting. Knicks, Nets, and then we just a couple more minutes to go before we get to some of the dramatic Western Conference matchups. But we still have, of course, a lot more of these player rankings to get to. And as of right now, I don't think IT is doing anything too crazy. If we were just blind ranking this group of players, this is not the worst power ranking, but we still got more names to go to. So we'll see if IT kept us the good work here. This is like the actual draft. IT is just giving us the cards, and we are unveiling the names as they're announced. Again, IT is the one that cooked up this list, so we'll adjust it. Chat, DM us, let us know any adjustments, because like I said, we'll be back at the end of the playoffs as well, too, to up to this list after some of these guys' performances. But, yeah, we are at Chris Paul. We had Shaden Sharp. We already moved Chris Paul over Shaden Sharp. So, yikes, chat. Miles Bridges over Chris Paul. See, that's the part of the career you go, okay, we start talking about that type of stuff, then that hurts. But, again, Chris Paul, the organizational value of it, chat, screw it, chat. We got to put Chris Paul over Miles Bridges. What do we do? Would a playoff team want Chris Paul's veteran playoff experience over Miles Bridges? I don't know if Chris Paul actually had some good playoff memories as well, too, that really helped, like, the veteran case of, like, oh, yeah, and this guy's not even a champion, but, like, and he has been to the finals, so he's done enough in the playoffs, chat. Let's not hold Chris Paul's career against him, let's, put the man over Miles Bridges in the player rankings. We might just keep moving Chris Paul up, chat. Chris Paul or Grady Dick? This is just turning into a Chris Paul would you rather. Chris Paul or Grady Dick? The year 2 Grady Dick, I don't know if the 3-point shooting, if you're bringing in 3-point Grady Dick as a floor spacer, I know maybe you're able to get away with him more with some of the movement stuff than Chris Paul, just because of, his youth and his ability to move. But I don't know if he's, like, definitely more consistent than Chris Paul with the threes that he takes. And you're not getting the IQ, playmaking, veteran, know-it-all stuff that with Chris Paul. So I could definitely see the case, chat. I think we got to do it. We don't know how many. I guess we can always adjust the other way if we need to, right? It's not all permanent. But Chris Paul over Grady Dick. Who's next, IT? Who do we got next on the list? Tobias Harris? Tobias Harris or Chris Paul, chat? Who are you taking? And I was seeing some great stats about Tobias Harris and his impact for the Pistons, chat, about, like, the most impactful free agent signings just in terms of wins. And if you're looking at the increase in wins this Pistons team's had after signing Tobias Harris, it's like crazy. And you're like, it's one of the best free agent signings of all time. But obviously, it's a little bit more than just not to take credit away from Tobias Harris, but, Cade Cunningham played in like 15 games last year. So you get Cade Cunningham for more of a season. I mean, stay tuned, chat. I'm sure Cade Cunningham will be on this list at some point. Way later, I'm sure. I guess you guys don't even have to stay tuned. You guys can leave and come back, and then Cade Cunningham will probably not be revealed yet. He's had a pretty good year. But you get him for a season. Of course, you get the way that they've drafted as well, too, in that time. The roster has itself gotten way better than just bringing in Tobias Harris. But it's like, hey, his role on a really good team, he's still an impactful 3-and-D guy, and his scoring and his ability to get a shot is defined. And yes, you'd always probably want him to be a little bit more efficient at doing that stuff. But, with the way Cade is playing as a lead guy, with the way they're able to get some of these other buckets from some other guys as well, too, then, they don't need it. He's not as important as maybe he's been in some of the other teams in the past, Philly. But, even they had a beat and stuff, too. So, how important do you need Tobias Harris to be, chat? But either way, the Pistons team much better after bringing Tobias Harris in. Coincidence or not, chat? You got to give Tobias Harris at least some credit. But Tobias Harris or Andrew Wiggins? See, maybe the wing, the versatility, like Grady Dick is still a young guy, chat. Still hasn't had the playoff experience and the veteran scars where you could still talk yourself into taking a guy like Chris Paul over him maybe. So I don't know. This is probably where we have to stop moving him up the list. I don't know if you're going to take Chris Paul over Andrew Wiggins or Tobias Harris even at this point in, their careers. But Wiggins, after the trade in Miami, has still played really, really well. Of course, he has not necessarily been like the best player on the Miami team, but has still been a really, really good wing piece for him. Really versatile, and that team can still continues to, turn around and achieve really well. So no shame in this spot for Andrew Wiggins. Still, proving his value as a really nice piece. And we'll see where he is at, I guess, in Miami's plans. And there was those stories as well, too, about Pat Riley asking Jimmy Butler which players he liked and admired and, had a difficult time, I guess, competing against. And he'd always mention Andrew Wiggins and then, makes the trade for Wiggins as well, too, with Jimmy Butler in it. So there is a chance, too, that Pat Riley just really, really likes Wiggins and is going to keep him around, chat. But over Andrew Wiggins, Najee Marshall, IT has Najee Marshall in the next spot. So shout out, I don't know, Dallas, if they're having a better season than Miami at this point, but we might have to go look up the Najee Marshall numbers here, really, chat. What is, I guess, IT, did they misspell his name? What are we doing, chat? They got to clean it up a little bit. Unacceptable. But Najee Marshall, 27% from three, 50% from the field, though, is not bad. 10 points, 10 shots a game, 13 points a game in Dallas. Obviously, some of the injury stuff, it's like, okay, I guess Najee Marshall is extra important tonight, but he's flying around, chat. He's a competitor on defense, only 27. He gives you the vibes of like a 30-some-year-old, but he does have a couple of year window here to, his peak 3-and-D defending days are still in front of him. He's in the midst of them right now, chat. But 50% from the field is kind of crazy. 60% from two. Let's see if we get the distance breakdown for our guy Najee Marshall. 73, percent from the rim, and he's 53% from the mid-range, 57% from 10 to 16. So 3 to 10, not really mid-range, but like those middle shots, and then mid-range 10 to 16, 57%, 72%, 16 to 3-pointer. So I guess that might be the actual mid-range, but only 27% from 3 itself. So not really taking much in the 10 to 3-point range. Really just, again, getting to the rim and taking 3-pointers. But when he attacks, chat, it seems to be pretty successful. And he was good in New Orleans again, too, in this similar 3-and-D type role. So it'd be no surprise that you just play him in on another team and he'd be as impactful. But if this Dallas team was actually having its star players healthy and actually a team that was fully assembled to maybe even be a little feisty in the playoffs, does move up if they're, he has like a 22-point play-in game and then some feisty first-round games as well, too. I could see it, but again, if we're moving him around to other playoff teams, I think he's the guy that everybody's bringing in, everybody wants to have. More than Andrew Wiggins? I guess DM us and let us know if IT's crazy to think Najee Marshall over Andrew Wiggins at this point, chat. But next we got Rui Hachimura, so there's definitely a theme here to these wings. I don't know if this is a tier of guys and how long this tier of guys is going to go for. But again, with the way he's been able to, and how do we even spell these names, chat? We'll get through it. But with the way he's been able to find a role in LA, playing next to amazing stars, LeBron and Davis, and then LeBron and Luka, and you think the playmaking upgrade as well, too. It's not just the fact that Luka is, healthier than Davis at this point, and maybe, I guess, stay tuned to the rest of the player rankings, chat. We'll see. Does Luka actually get higher on, I guess Davis is not really eligible with the games played, but would Luka be higher on the rankings than Anthony Davis? You'll just have to see. But as a really important big defender who, and the Lakers, one of the things you always say about him is like their size is an issue, and it gives teams problem, and Lucas and LeBron are a part of that. Davis, of course, is a matchup issue when he's out there. So Luka, it's like a guard thing, but he's bigger for a guard as well too. But Hachimura is a piece of that. His almost power forward size at the wing position is a matchup problem as well too, where he can maybe take a guy down into the post sometimes. Him defensively is just really switchable, and him rebounding around the rim is a super tough guy. So Hachimura is definitely better on good teams, but again, really, really good on good teams. So I like guys that are good on good teams. I don't think that that's a bad skill. I think sometimes, like, you start going guys like Hachimura. I mean, Hachimura or Jordan Poole, chat. Like, who's a better basketball player? I guess Poole is capable of more things from the shot making standpoint, but a guy that is really good on a good team, and I guess Poole himself has been good on a good team. So maybe it's Hachimura going up, or is Hachimura going down, or is Poole going up the rankings, chat? Is Hachimura going down? Pause. Hey, yo. But above Hachimura, we've got Obi Toppin for the Pacers, chat. Wow. So the lottery picks are Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin, who I believe, as the Pacers have played really well at the end of the season here, I think Toppin has been a big piece of that. And, you know, Najee Marshall on steroids, chat. Toppin, 53% from the field, 36% from three. You know, he's 35% from his career, but 36, something about that. It's like, okay, it's getting closer, chat. It's almost where it needs to be. And then I think if we maybe even filter out some of these last games here, 0 for 2, 1 for 4. Okay, he hasn't been, I guess, super hot as of late. But can we cut this off perfectly at the right time? What do we got? Like a month ago, he had a 34-point performance in overtime against Minnesota in a win. That was massive. 12-3 Indiana down the stretch. Toppin is 13 a game. 53% from the field, 45% from three still, even, again, with some, maybe if we went the last couple of games, not his finest performances in those stretch. I guess let's go like even last 5, chat. He's been 10 a game, 41% from the field, 31% from three. So hopefully it's not, you know, crashing to the halt at the end of the season here. So what would like his full season be before those last 5 games? How dramatically would it have wrecked his season? Again, for the season right now, 10-4, 1.5 assists, 53% from the field, 36% from three. So if we take those last 5 out, and the first 2 as well too, not necessarily great. Okay, 10 a game is not much of an upgrade. So you have 10.8, 54% from the field, 37% from three, 37.5. So it really even gets, you know, once you start getting into 38%, it's like teams are going to be paying attention to you, and you're in the game plan as this guy is a guy that we actually have to guard when he is covered out there. So Knicks versus Nets is over. I guess we're into the next slate here, chat. So let's get this game switch over. Do we go Spurs Raptors just right away, or do we just see what the other scores are real quick? Because speaking of Najee Marshall, I guess Dallas versus Memphis. You know, speaking of Max Christie, a couple Dallas players right away. Where's Davis at, chat? Who would have thought Najee Marshall higher on the rankings than Anthony Davis? Again, Anthony Davis just injured this year, chat. Oh, man, we've got a... Oh, the Martin twins, chat. How could I forget about the Martin twins? Wow. So there really is quite a few set. Is this a twin-assance, chat? Is there a twin-assance right now in the NBA? A lot of look-alike twin situations going on. Seems like there's at least a couple of them entering the league every couple of years. You get just a new set of twins at this point. And maybe it was this prominent back in the day as well, too. Like, maybe I just don't know whoever the Martin twin equivalent from the 70s was. But yeah, shout out Obi Toppin as he continues to be, you know, more consistent, even later into his career, chat. Feels like Obi Toppin better every year. Even if, again, 10 points a game might not be the highest number that he's put up so far. Oh, 10.6 is actually the highest number that he's put up, chat. Wow, I didn't know if one of those like New York years he was like, 13 or whatever, 12 shots a game early on, but no, they weren't even giving him a chance. So now, and he was 40% from 3 last year on 3 a game. Wow, I didn't even realize that. Wow. 57 and 40. So Obi Toppin's even gotten worse. Chat, shout out. He would have been higher up on this list last year. But still, as like we said, the season stretch here, the last couple of games before the last couple, he's been playing at that level again. So shout out to Toppin. But next on the list, chat, we've got, Kevin Porter Jr. Whoa. Kevin Porter Jr. over Obi Toppin. Maybe both these guys are situation dependent. Would the Pacers trade Porter for Toppin when they swap Porter and Toppin for this playoff run? And feel like the upside of Porter's shot-making ability is still more. Because that's why, again, if you're Milwaukee, you feel like you need that boost right away. But Toppin's wing and potential defense and size and his potential three-point consistency as well, too, could be really tough ask. But I guess this is a pro Kevin Porter space, chat. It is what it is. There will be Kevin Porter Jr. propaganda, and there will be only views that align with Kevin Porter Jr. Or in terms of Kevin Porter Jr.'s basketball talent, and only views that align with us is views on Kevin Porter Jr.'s basketball talent. Did we get enough qualifiers on there, chat? Yikes. But only those will be accepted here. So those that agree that Kevin Porter Jr. is like the 82nd best basketball player in the league due to injury situation stuff, then I could say yes, we could be friends. But Kevin Porter Jr. or the Vuceviches are back, chat. But this time it's Nikola. Our guy Tristan, not quite on the list yet. Did we get it right, chat? Let's see. Hopefully we did. We have to double check. We were literally looking at it earlier. And it doesn't matter. It didn't stick. No K? IT. 0 for 4 today. 0 for 5. I don't know. We'll see. Is there a win on this list yet, chat? Najee Marshall over Andrew Wiggins. Is that 1 for 5 now for IT? Do we give him credit for watching some Najee Marshall tape? But Vooch over Kevin Porter. I think if you're looking at the offensive stuff for Kevin Porter, Vooch could give you a similar offensive production. Different way, obviously. But similar stuff. Ooh, Bagley, chat. Getting the start in the Grizzlies versus the Mavs. We'll at least watch this game for a second, and then we can go watch Spurs versus Raptors. Is Steph Castle resting at this point? I'd have to even double check, chat. If Steph Castle's excuse me. If Steph Castle's playing tonight. But Marvin Bagley could be a guy that he could go to 103, 104. I think we brought up Bagley before, but make no mistake, we're a pro Bagley pod as well as a pro Kevin Porter Jr. pod. So, I mean, we're just a pro junior pod. We always gravitate toward the juniors, it seems like, in a way. But you get his bounciness around the rim with Ayo. But you get that with Jackson's floor spacing ability in his perimeter game. It's a nice athletic power forward / centery combo for that front court. But we got an early 6-6 tie, chat. But yeah, Vooch could definitely give you those similar stat type numbers, even if it was in a different way. And him and Giannis, I think actually, like if we were just switching him and Kevin Porter Jr. again on the Bucks, like him and Giannis could actually be kind of a fun pairing. I think could you get into some spacing stuff, but even, Vooch can get out there and space the floor a little bit, knock down some threes. So his back to the basket game and then Giannis in there rebounding. Giannis's just presence around the rim in times when it may not be going well for Vooch could be like a really fun counterbalance, even if it's not a full just Giannis surrounded by shooters thing. But it's not a bad ranking, chat, so far. I like Vooch in that spot. We've got another bowl, I guess. Kobe White. Shout out. Is this just a run of teammates a lot of times, chat? What, we had the Wizards run earlier with Sar, you know, Kuzma, Poole, all basically on the Wizards at one time together, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Did I say Ricochet in their chat? But no, Sar, Kuzma, and Poole would have been the 4 that I was thinking of. But yeah, Kobe White, you know what you're getting with the three-point shooting consistency, and maybe some of the defensive stuff is not great with him as well too. That's why I think if we're looking playoff series, maybe he's down this ranking a little bit more. But if we're looking for the way the guys played this season, the way the guys overachieved this season, I guess that's what most improved player is. But he's definitely in the mix for that. I guess Warriors versus Clippers, sorry, is finally underway. And yeah, both these teams are lined up, chat. The Western Conference chaos will be settled by the best players on the court, as you would hope. You would hope that all the changes you made in the, not all the changes, but, they're making some changes for sure. But you were hoping that all the changes that you were making for the schedule and for the benefit of trying to speed this stuff up, like, speed up the free throw stuff, Chad. Can we get that going a little quicker? But we got it 1-0 right now. Golden State. After Pods hits the first free throw. So after Vooch, after Kobe White, we've got another former Bull, chat. IT, they're brainwashed by the teammates and the former teammates. Are we reading this right? No, wait. Yeah, I think so, chat. I think so. Oh, wait. I did jump the gun a little bit. Okay, so next up, another Mavs player. The Mavs might actually be good, chat. What is going on? Why do they have so many players in the top 100? I guess we're still earlier on the list. But Klay Thompson, who is now like the 78th best player in the league on our rankings here, if we're slowly unveiling our top 100 NBA player rankings. But he still is of course, a really good three-point shooter, really good offensive player, but the consistency and the defensive stuff is not there on the night-to-night. And you look at a guy like Pods as well, too, and Pods is going to give you the similar shot creating stuff, but then still have the athleticism where, yeah, maybe he's still, again, not peak defender, but at least, putting in something. At least trying a little bit. Putting in something's crazy, chat. At least trying a little bit. But Klay's still a valuable asset to a team with his floor spacing and with his, again, the IQ and the veteran experience and the playoff history of this guy just overperforming. Like, there's no way that in playoff time, if you needed him to have a big moment, he would not potentially deliver it for you. So he has to be on the list as well, too. So we've got Klay, Najee Marshall, and Max Christie. This Mavs team with Davis and these top 80 guys can actually be a force to be reckoned with. Who knows, chat? But shout out to Klay. And speaking of Pods, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, chat, for Pods. Brandon Pajemski is up next on the list. He takes Klay Thompson's spot on the team, and he takes Klay Thompson's spot on the list as well, too. Brandon Pajemski. And in that Warriors game they played a while back as well, too, that they won. And right before the Warriors had that great win against the Thunder where it got us all, or the Lakers, sorry, had those great wins against the Thunder, and it was like got us back thinking again about the Lakers as a contending team. The Warriors had games where they were, or that game against the Lakers where they were just having an amazing shooting half, and Pods was right in the mix as a shot maker, and you see his high level stuff. It is, of course, the Poolsy type stuff that they were trying to reset on the rookie contract and replace Klay with, unfortunately, and try to fill that two-guard role in that team with. And he could be a big riser in the playoffs as well, too. He's got the confidence and he's got the swagger that He's not necessarily going to be scared of the moment. If you need him taking big threes, he's not going to be afraid to take them. He'll take the ball and he'll play make. But he also, he gets it. Steph Curry, it's Steph Curry's team. He knows that very, very well. So you see him navigating right here. Taking Zubats, finding Moody in the corner. Great pass. Moody not able to convert the three, but again, great pass by Pods. So makes me feel extra confident about IT's ability. Seeing Pods in this spot. After Pods, IT says Keegan Murray. Is Keegan Murray having a better season than Pods? Is the size and the defensive attributes enough to put it over the top, chat? It might be. And again, with Sacramento, they're in the play-in mix, so they might not be having a great season, but it's not going to be a totally disastrous season. You still end up, well, I guess they don't even have their lottery pick, chat, which is tough. I think Atlanta has their lottery pick, so. But you do have, what am I saying? You do have, of course, that, well, no, because they just have the one. So unless there's a trade one that I'm not thinking of somewhere. But in terms of the lottery and them actually getting up to that top mix, I think that pick belongs to Washington. So I guess they could, or Atlanta, or somebody. Does it belong to Atlanta in the Kevin Huerter deal? It might. So I guess somebody could get that as a really high upper pick. It just won't be the Kings. But I mean, Keegan Murray still, of course, lets you be good right away as well too. But like we're saying, with that upside that he might give you, then I don't know why he's not worth taking a gamble on at some point to just be that person. But we've got, after Keegan Murray, Miles Turner, Indiana, shout out, another team, fantastic down the stretch, like we were mentioning with Obi Toppin a couple of spots ago. So is Obi Toppin having a better season than Miles Turner? Is Miles Turner's a little bit more versatile, impactful? I guess versatile's crazy though. I guess, and there's some of the contract stuff involved as well too. But they've always had trouble finding a trade partner for Miles Turner, which is a bit of a head scratcher. I mean, if we did the San Antonio test, would you like him in San Antonio? Again, it always depends on what the deal is. But him, Wemby, Fox, and Castle is definitely a fun four-person lineup. And then you get a wing in the draft, or Sohan works his way in that starting lineup. And Vassell, Keldon Johnson, it's just the rotation of whoever the other guys are, chat. But, I mean, he would definitely be a good mix in that team, especially since he could be potentially the third or fourth guy, which he could be on this Indiana team as well, too. But could have those big offensive surges in those impactful defensive games where, he's just going off and everything's going right for him. Pause. But shout out to Miles Turner. We got, after Turner, Rudy Gobert. Is this place too high on the list, too low on the list? Probably both. Gobert. Sherbert, chat. Rudy Gobert. Makes me want to go get some sorbet, chat. I almost called it sorbet. Gobert, sorbet. Some sorbet, some gelato, some ice cream. I'm not even a big sweets guy like that, but it's just the fact that it's starting to get like actually nice out. Like, of course it was getting nice out. Like, it's not winter anymore. Fully, like not even the 30s, but the minuses and the 20s and all that stuff. I guess just you start getting out of the freezing level, but now it's like actually starting to turn into nice days. Where the other day we got our first, which is crazy, we're in April and we got our first like go out to a court and get some shots up session of the first hoop session of the year. But hey, that's what it is, chat. Hopefully it's been a good productive year, worth it. But it's like, okay, you can't just not go get hoops up at some point. So I guess we were just a real Deion Sanders the other day, chat. Hey, yo. But I guess, do we want to tell all the stories? But, hoops, playing basketball in the day, little golf at night, little golf simulator situation. So I guess, neither of those were Deion's professional sports. But two-sport athlete, a little Bo Jackson. If we were a two-sport athlete, if Deion and Bo Jackson got the baseball, football two-sport, I guess we got the golf. We got the pickup basketball golf simulator situation in lockdown chat. So Denver versus Houston right now is 15-16. We'll go to that one in a little bit here as this Mavs Grizzlies game works itself out. Najee Marshall for 3, 20%. That's what you expect. He missed. Utah versus Minnesota is tied. Utah trying to play spoiler, and then yeah, Dallas versus Memphis is the 4th game on. 3rd game the score on ESPN is keeping track of. But Golden State versus the Clippers is currently a 1-point game. But shout out to Gobert, the defense. Minnesota has hopefully turned it around. The vibes are good. We'll see if they just end up with a good seed and a good matchup headed into the playoffs. After Gobert, we've got... Whoa, chat! You thought Andrew Wiggins would be the highest Wiggins rated on this list, but I guess we've got Aaron Wiggins several spots above Andrew Wiggins. Wow, Aaron Wiggins' value has skyrocketed, but he's been a really good scorer off the bench. With the regular season rotation of guys in and guys out, his scoring needs have just, they were more for the Thunder. When the playoff rotations are there and everybody's healthy and, who knows if he's a double-digit guy just in terms of volume for playoff. But I think in terms of that, what he's capable of, he's obviously still that player. And if you just have Aaron Wiggins as a 12, 13-point-a-game scorer on the team, then you have another matchup thing that you can go to if you need to go to the shooting and the shot-making aspect of it. If you need the movement stuff a little more from Isaiah Joe, obviously if you're going more size and defense with some of the other guys. But if you need that extra shot making from Wiggins, like he could be an important, say Jalen Williams is having a bad game and they need a secondary guy behind Shea, or say even Shea's having a bad game and it's like, not is Aaron Wiggins gonna be the number? It's like, oh well, let's give Aaron Wiggins the ball in the 4th quarter. But say there's a struggling moment in the game and Aaron Wiggins checks in and now the bench is able to turn it for the Thunder and Wiggins has 7 or 8 points in a moment and flips the game back, keeps it close, gives them the lead, like whatever the situation is. Like he's fully capable of that in the playoffs. And I think it'll be more of him in those bursts and in those moments than him having maybe consistent like 15 to 11 to 15 point performances. Because again, it's going to be a Shea, Jalen Williams, Chet, Hartenstein, and Dort is going to be a lot of the rotation if they're going to need, and like I said, if they're going to need size, it'll be Kendrick Williams. It'll just be matchup based for the rest of the stuff. So Wiggins might be just the go-to, 6-man. Case in Wallace's defense. You got to throw him out there for a couple minutes at this point. He's another honorable mention. His defense alone could have put him on the list, but I guess spoiler alert, Aaron Wiggins is on over Case and Wallace. IT did spoil that one as well too. They gave us a list of honorable mentions. So Case and Wallace was on the list of honorable mentions. If the offense improves in the playoffs, though, like we said, we can come back and adjust the rankings. Maybe Case and Wallace creeps into the top 100. He's got a strong honorable mention case, chat, that will definitely have like we were saying, a great chance to be proven. But Wiggins is, what are we at, 73 after Aaron Wiggins? Max Strus. So I guess Wiggins in that Max Strus role, if we were saying, that could be a similar, thinking the reason maybe Strus would be above Wiggins is he's gotten, I don't know if he's played more minutes or what the exact run is, but in the playoffs, I think he'll be a little bit more immediately needed by the Cavs than Wiggins will be by the Thunder. And he is a little bit more proven as well, too. Like, Strus was good on those Heat teams, making those playoff runs, and he's been extremely valuable to this Cavs team. I don't think it can be understated. I think Strus's three-point shooting on this Cavs team is, Garland can be a 40% shooter. Mitchell, both those guys definitely can be. They feel like they're more in that 38 to 39 percentage, though, consistently. So you just need maybe a little bit more of a dead-eye floor spacer out there at times. And, the three-point shooting depth on the team has obviously gotten better. But his versatility, and Mitchell can just kick it out to him. The star players can just kick it out to him. He can just fire off and hit these tough threes, but then you can also run a play for him as well, too. And he's moving around off a screen and hitting a three is a great combination. So I love Max Strus as a playoff guy. I think for the Cavs, he's going to be really, really important for him. And hopefully, that three-point efficiency is still able to maintain But after Strus, we've got Dante DiVincenzo. So I feel like IT's got a lot of the smaller guards over some of these bigger wings, chat. Like a guy like Hachimura versus DiVincenzo. Like Hachimura provides some different matchup stuff, but I think DiVincenzo gives you a little bit more ball making. Hey, yo, pause. But the ball handling ability is a little bit better. Maybe the 3-point shooting is a little bit more consistent upside stuff. It's tough, chat, but I mean, that Minnesota group is starting to appear in the rankings here as well, too. So, again, as these teams get better, you'll see, as you would expect, more guys from those teams. But Gobert is on the list now. DiVincenzo is on the list. And you know DiVincenzo's not the highest rated non-Ant player on the Timberwolves at this point. So, very encouraging sign for this team, chat. But ahead of DiVincenzo, we've got Malik Beasley, who has been an important off-the-bench guy for the Pistons, chat. Malik Beasley. There we go. And has been at like 16 points a game this year. Not the most efficient 16 a game. I think he's like 16 on 13 shots. So you better hope he's at 16 a game. You don't want him missing more than half his shots. But just his ability to get a bucket in a fourth quarter situation when you need it, outside of Cade, is going to be a thing. In the playoffs, it's probably going to be him and Cade that they really rely on as shot makers, if we're being honest, which is going to be a thing that we're going to look at after that. And, you know, I guess we'll get playoff preview here in a little bit. You know, in future live streams as the playoffs unfold, chat. Or, you know, just we'll see what happens with these teams and get playoff reacty. You know, what's the best way to put it? But I guess we'll have the play-in situation to look ahead to the playoffs a little bit. But that could definitely be a big storyline ahead of the Pistons in the offseason. So in terms of ways they need to continue to improve. But Beasley for this year, again, off the bench, has been in that high teens range. And maybe is second on the team at this point. Because Ivy, you know, has been out with injury as well, too. So, no Ivy. Beasley is going to be your guy, chat. Beasley's your man. So we've got the Clippers up 4. And then the Clippers would be a 4-5. It's not like Warriors-Clippers is a first-round playoff series matchup. But with the 4-6 teams, or the 5-6 teams battling it out, it's basically a 4-5 matchup. Just the next tier of teams down. But, yeah, we've got Clippers up by 4. If I didn't say that already. And we've got Malik Beasley as the most recent spot on the rankings. So after Malik Beasley, Fred VanVleet. Chat, we've got Fred VanVleet. Again, another valuable veteran guy. How do we spell VanVleet, chat? There we go. We got it. Who has not necessarily been the most efficient player this year, but has still been a valuable asset in a great leading performance, in a guy when he's out there at the end of games, the Rockets are better. And his defense and his playmaking and his hustle definitely impacts moments. And he sets guys up, and he's a good point guard at running a team. So you start, you know, with the Pistons swap Beasley for VanVleet, they need Beasley's shot making more than they need VanVleet's like his hustle and flow, chat. That's the stage that VanVleet is in for his game, the hustle and flow state. But they needed a little bit more than that at that point. So, or at this point, if you're Detroit. So I could see obviously something in the future, but at that point, you know, it doesn't make a ton of sense. But Butler driving in, slamming it down to the rim, chat. Timeout LA. Golden State now down 2. VanVleet, shout out. And speaking of defense and hustle, chat, Dyson Daniels next on the list. I think the Dyson Daniels offensive start might have been a little bit better to the season than maybe the way it's ended. But of course, the defensive rise from him has been insane. Ah! Sorry, chat. And he's up to 49% from the field as well. So 34% from 3, 14 a game is honestly not all that bad. But in terms of starting the season here, his first, 40 plus ish games of the season. And it just depends on, what you're thinking for that. But, I guess we just don't get results for this. Here we go, chat. Our guy, Dyson Daniels, first 41 games, 13.5 a game, 47% from the field, 31% from 3. Wow, chat. So maybe it was just that initial, Nokia push, that initial fame that song was getting, and everybody just had a reaction to it in every type of way. But apparently not a real thing, or it's been removed. Oh, it may have been removed. Wow, chat. What an update. What an update. But shout out to, where were we at? Dyson Daniels. Yeah, did we get the last half of the season numbers here? So the last, is that still, just the last 2. The last 40 plus games that he's played, our man is 52% from the field, 40% from 3, 36 for 90, and he's 15 a game, chat. Shout out. Shout out. Impressive stuff from our guy Dyson Daniels. Like we said, the 2-way ability is off the charts. So Daniels is the next guy on the list. And then we've got, chat, we brought him up earlier. This is where Jamal Murray gets slated. Jamal Murray is going in, pause at number, I lost him, chat, on the card that IT sent me. Where did he go? Oh, wait, we might just have to go back here real quick and do this pause because we want to make sure we get it properly correct. But, it might not matter at this point. But, where'd the rest of our list go, chat? Oh, I've opened up the other ranking. Here we go. IT. I was like, why wouldn't they send us the rest of the list? But I thought they were rebelling really quick. I thought it was an IT mutiny. But no, they'll send us the rest of the list. They just said it's locked in and good to go. So we've got Dyson Daniels and we've got Jamal Murray up next. So with the Nuggets for this playoff run right now, switch out Murray for Dyson Daniels. I don't think they would. I think they would love to have Dyson Daniels next to Murray and bring that defense and that versatility, that size switchability. But Murray's offensive upside is too much. And like we were saying earlier, the glimmer of hope he's giving you is at least some decent stats and some decent performances. And it's like, oh man, maybe he just taps into it in playoff time. He gets really serious, and who knows how he treats it, chat. But yeah, hopefully seriously and competitively and healthily as well too, if that's also a factor standing in his way. But after Jamal Murray, we have is this a good one, chat? Let's see here. Jamal Murray. Oh, chat, Jamal Murray or Quentin Grimes? Oh, would the Nuggets switch out Murray for Quentin Grimes? That'd be crazy if they actually did it. Pause. And actually were like, yes, we're good. We've already blown this whole thing up. We've already reset the franchise with the coaching aspect of it. Let's just reset our second star player behind Jokic as well. And let's just invest in Murray in a different type of way. So it does look like that our guy... Oh, he didn't send us the thing, chat. Let's see here. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Quentin Richardson, I think we definitely spelled that wrong as well, too. Unfortunately, we have to double check. Like we said, we're here to just clean up IT's mistakes. I know it might be the other way around, but not apparently here, Chad. So, wait, did I say Quentin Richardson? Is that the right one? No. No dunk contest, Chad. Oh, well. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, Quentin... wait, what, did I put Quentin Murray? Quentin Grimes, Chad. Quentin Grimes. The man's gotten some scoring performances since bouncing around. I think there's some 6th, 7th man stuff going on with him. Maybe even 4th, 5th man stuff that could be pretty fun. And is there some 4th, 5th man stuff going on with Jamal Murray? That's not so fun. But who knows? Maybe he finds an impact in that type of role as well, too, Chad. But look at this. We continue to cruise through the list. We're making good progress here, Chad. Not bad whatsoever. First quarter almost under wraps for Clippers versus Warriors. So let's take another quick break. And the rest of the player rankings, Chad. I mean, Quentin Grimes, this is really getting good now. All right, chat. What did we cook up out of this timeout? It's a lot of anticipation as the names keep getting unveiled here for the top 100 list of players throughout the season. And we unveiled Jamal Murray. We unveiled Quentin Grimes. We went to break. What is the ATO? What player are we emerging out of break with? Chet, who is next on the player rankings. Oh, is it worth it? Tari Eason! The Rockets. He might be moving down. Chet, the Rockets are down 10 to the Nuggets right now. Oh, no. Who knows? Good matchup, bad matchup. The Western Conference is going to be a lot of that this year, chat. Who is playing who? I don't even know what is on the line. I just know all the seeds are on the line at this point. So many of the seeds are on the line. It's just, they're all on the line. And it'll just be more what happens at the end will be important. Figuring out the post, the results, chat, the fallout of whatever this chaotic last Sunday of basketball is. But yeah, shout out to Tari Eason, the first Rocket, I think, to make an appearance on this list, chat. So, you know, the depth of the Rockets definitely getting in there. Is Jabari Smith off the list or on it higher? He could have been in this mix, I think, of guys. But either way, Tari Eason is the first Rocket player that emerges. So we've got another back-to-back teammate situation, chat. Jalen Green from the Rockets as well, too. So we might have to adjust Jalen Green a little bit. Or we'll just see what the names are ahead of him, I guess. In this playoff situation, we know his scoring capabilities, but are they consistent enough and reliant enough to be lead go-to material? But the thing, if you're the Rockets, and I'm sure, you know, Jalen Green, Tari Eason, two guys, you know, up in the rankings, maybe not in the highest part of the rankings, but still up in the rankings. Draymond, the corner three. The Clippers are now down by 11 as the second quarter starts. I think 1 point in the last 10 possessions for the Clippers. Yikes, Bogdanovich. Not necessarily making his case very strong at this point. Kawhi? Is it Gary Payton Jr. taking out Kawhi? The claw versus the glove. The turnover by Kawhi. Pods. He found Post in transition, but Post is not just going to pull up the three. So we got Pods, Moody, Draymond, Post, and Butler. So Butler and Draymond with a couple of role players, and they're still going against a playoff team like the Clippers, star like Kawhi, chat. Jimmy Butler might be moving up the list as well, too. Live adjustments. So we'll see if we live adjust Jalen Green as well, too. But, you know, he's another potential just playoff guy. We'll see what real kind of value he has in terms of his role as a scorer on a team as the lead guy. But in front of Jalen Green, we got Santi Aldama, one spot above Jalen Green and above Tari Eason. So we can't move Aldama. See, chat, like in my heart of hearts, would I take Aldama on a playoff team over Jalen Green? Would you want Aldama to be your first or second best player? You know, that's a different question. Would you want Jalen Green? He could definitely fight for that spot. You know, first player on a title team maybe is a little bit of an ask at this point, but definitely, you know, second or third could be a realistic possibility. But Santi Aldama in his role versus Jalen Green in his role, chat, it's close. And I feel like Aldama's capable of really putting up like high teens. What's he at right now in points per game? I feel like it could be a playoff situation where obviously Jaren, and Bane could be like the lead three, but I could feel like he could be like the fourth scorer on the team for him this year. So he's at 12.5 a game, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 38, and just a smidge under 37 from 3. So you would like to see that up a little bit as well, too, chat. I guess he is human after all. You forget it sometimes when you're watching this guy play, that the man is actually one of us at the end of the day. But his per 36 numbers, chat, he is where'd he go, chat? 20. Oh, that's 17 a game. Again, the percentages. 9 rebounds, 4 assists. So that's a pretty good, pretty versatile player. You can't be mad at that. Would you rather have 17 and 6 on still like kind of similar 3-point shooting though from Santi Aldama, but some of the defensive stuff maybe that Green is not going to give you? I don't know. I see that's a close role player positional value type call, but playoff wise, maybe there'll be adjustments that can be made. So Santi Aldama or Scotty Barnes, chat. Is this just turning into King of the Hill? Santi Aldama or Scotty Barnes? Because speaking of efficiency, Scotty Barnes' 3-point shooting, I think, has gone backwards at this point, where he's in the under 30% club. The under 30% 3-point club might actually be pretty good. Honestly, the team could have some pretty decent players on it at this point. But Scotty Barnes is in the mix, but he still has the playmaking and the size and the rebounding and, I don't know, just the way he pushes, chat, and the things that he sees. It still seems like he's just missing some shots at this point and still needs to just get better as a shot creator as well too. But as a playmaker, it feels like he could have a, like, that's the thing, chat, is, and I get the NBA, like we're saying, it's better than ever, but there did used to be that guy that you're like, he could have 12 and 4 in a game, or 4 and 12, 4 points, 12 assists, and it's like a major type game, a normal type stat line game for him to play. So the fact that the scoring thing has gotten so versatile now and so competitive, I guess I don't know if that's changed. But yeah, chat. Scotty Barnes over Santi Aldama, the face of Canada, almost in the top 50. The face of the NBA in Canada, almost the top 50. No disrespect to our Canadian Torontarian, our reptilian brethren over there in Toronto. Shout out to the Raptors fans. But Scotty Barnes is on the list. If the Grizzlies could switch out Barnes for Aldama, I feel like the upside of what Barnes could do, you'd still have to take that gamble, right, chat? And then go Ja, Bane, Aldama, and Jaren Jackson, and Zach Edey as your starting 5 in the playoffs. It's not a bad starting 5, chat. I kind of like it. Let's get Scotty Barnes on the Grizz. But after Scotty Barnes, we've got, where's the list yet? Oh, next player. DeMar DeRozan, chat. The steady force, the Kings in the play-in. DeMar still getting his buckets. And speaking of guys that could do a different thing in their career, chat, it would be fun to see what he would actually play like if he's sacrificing a different type of way to go to a good team. Not that he's been on bad teams necessarily. He hasn't necessarily been on the worst teams in the league, you know. He's been on some upper tier lottery teams, if that's a good thing. But his scoring ability, I think, on a good team could be valuable in spurts, like we were saying with, who were we saying that earlier, chat, with Poole or somebody. But DeRozan is another guy. Bring him off the bench, have him score a bunch of points in a couple of minutes, and still be like a valuable part to a contending team. Might be the proper way to use him. But he's still playing well in Sacramento, and they're still, you know, chugging along with that core lineup that they just threw together this off season. But let's see what the list is here, chat. Will they unveil the full list at some point so we can see the spoilers? Probably not. So Saziel, okay, chat, and then after him we've got let me find the spot here again. Scotty Barnes, DeRozan. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is the first Celtic on the list. You could take your guess of who it is, but I think we're in the top 50 range now. So again, we're ranking players, but if we had to rank performances, uh-oh, chat, wait, here. I gotta plug in real quick. Gotta grab a charger. Hey, yo. Oh, it's the plug-in. Don't worry, chat. Okay. The next person to be unveiled from the Boston Celtics, one of the finest individual performances we saw over the season, chat, was from one individual, one man, one center against the Los Angeles Lakers, one Al Horford. Like, if Boston had to switch out Horford for DeRozan, it is a different player thing that is happening on the team. But I think Horford's big man defensive skill set is more valuable than what DeRozan's guard offerings are. And again, if we're talking about individual performances this season, then Horford has had one of the finest performances that we saw all year in that Lakers game. So there's no way that the man's not in the top 50, Chad. Still a baller player. Come playoff time, impact-wise, I know the long-term stuff, but the short-term stuff with Horford, he's still one of the guys that, if he wasn't in Boston, who knows? Maybe Boston's clearly that one team that is, he just only succeeds in Boston now. But even if he went to another team and was just in a different role, less minutes, check him in for a couple, it's going to be like, man, this burst of Horford minutes is just an incredible addition to the team. So he's still a valuable playoff guy in the mix, chat. For the Boston Celtics, Al Horford is on the list. Boston people don't get too mad about that. But after Horford, we've got one Peyton Pritchard. I guess Boston would have to decide which of their players would be more valuable in a trade situation if this was a trade value list. But since it's a different amalgamation of a bunch of other types of lists, we'll keep Pritchard above Horford for now because his defense, I think, is a valuable asset at the guard position, and he is a consistent three-point shooter as well too. So do you feel like you could replace that or Horford on some of those? I don't know, chat. But regardless, Pritchard showing his own value, and the Celtics are going to be one of the better stats teams of the year. So, of course, Pritchard's going to have some good advanced stats. But he is like a top 30, top 25 advanced stats guy. And Derek White still is in that mix. But, he was the role player from Boston that was like, oh, look at the advanced stats say Derek White's like the 15th best player in the league. Now it's like, wait, Peyton Pritchard's like the 30th best player in the league? The sixth man for the Celtics? Peyton Pritchard? Same Peyton Pritchard? It is, chat. And it's the one that we just unveiled right there. So we've got Pritchard. After Pritchard, here, chat. I feel like we're making decent pace here with this list so far. Pritchard. And where was that numbered at? 59? Hey, yo, so it's not 69, but we're in the 50s, chat. We're getting into the halfway range. We're getting into the real impact players. Drew Holiday. Oh, wait. Julius Randle. I read that wrong. Julius Randle is next on the list. We haven't seen Drew Holiday yet. It better be because he's about to be unveiled, not because he didn't make the cut. But Randle makes the cut into the top 100 and skyrockets into the top 60. What a rise for Julius Randle, who was like, is he even going to be playing on Minnesota? Is he just going to be, I'm sorry this isn't working out. Let's just go ahead and go to the sidelines. Shout out to Julius K from where did he play, chat? DNR. Washington? What team is this? What is the DNR? Oh, Denver Rockets. Oh, okay. So, yeah, shout out to Julius K from the Denver Rockets ABA team. Two-time All-Star. One-time All-Star, two-time All-Defense. But that's what happens when you fat finger the wrong guy. Julius Randle, chat, is the name we meant to look up. 18-7-4, 48% from the field this year. 34% from three is okay. But since returning from that injury missed time stretch, chat, was this let's see what this basketball stretch of the season has been. If we can get a load. Hey, yo, pause. A load on these stats. But the last 20 games? Okay, perfect. The last 20 games of the regular season, 16-4. Randall's been 18-6-5. 52% from the field, 41% from three. So you see the three-point consistency is there. And we're trying to, figure out how to use Randall in the right way for Minnesota. And you're making this Towns trade after almost making, seeming like you're going to be a finals team and pivoting your upside of a team for the financial long-term stuff of it to like, hey, we can reset the potential to get something else is like just an immediate, I guess, admission that obviously, Towns is not there. But then you're making this gamble of bringing in Randall for the 1 year and his ability to elevate his ability to fill in that role of what Karl Towns gave you last year. And again, it wasn't just Towns offensively. What he was able to do defensively as well, too, I think was a little bit underrated. He definitely got into his bag for that one. But Randall with the efficiency stuff turned around, and if his playmaking elements there, like you don't got to be Towns, you got to be Randall. But if he can give you similar impact at the end of the day, the way he has been these last 20 games, the way they has been when they're 16-4 when he's playing this way, I mean, you got to respect him on the list. So shout out to Julius Randall chat. The New York Knicks right above the Boston Celtic. Pause! Is there going to be beef? Is there going to be, I guess, former, anyways, from Randall to Pritchard. So now there's no beef. It's good to go. But Randall and Pritchard, there would have been beef. Make no mistake. I guess regardless of what teams they're on, those guys could be beefing. Anyways, those seems like chippier, talkier players. But after Randall, whoa, chat. Is this a surprise player on the list? Randall is at, if I'm reading this right, 58. So we've got right now for the 57th best player in the league withstanding some injuries. We've got Toumani Camara from the Portland Trail Blazers. Wow, the first Blazer on the list, if I'm not mistaken. Unbelievable. I don't know if he'll be the only. But Camara is the guy that has emerged so far. And he is just, seems like a nice all-round type player who, of course, you could always use more efficiency from everybody. But he's just a young guy, so you just got to keep harping it at this point until it actually starts to go up. Pause. Hey, yo. But 45 from the field last year, 45-6 this year. 33 last year, 37 this year. And, yeah, definitely I'm impressed in the more looks that he's gotten with some of the injuries and with some of the increased minutes. So shout out to our guy, Toumani Camara, the Shadow, 11 points a game. 54%. From the, I guess, effective field percentage, but 72% from free throw line for my guy Camara. But, advanced stats are what they are. It's more of an eye test for Camara. You see the size, you see the versatility, you see the sniffing around, like we're saying, in the efficiency for the field goal percentages. So, wow, Chad. Toumani Camara over Julius Randall. Would the Blazers switch out? Would the Minnesota Timberwolves switch out Randall for Camara? It's funny that we were going to ask that the other way around. Would the Blazers dare give up Camara for Julius Randall? I guess there is some long-term aspects for that. But if we're looking for the immediate playoff run of it, you could say that maybe Camara is a little bit more versatile of a fit. I don't know. I think Randall is a good guy. I think, some locker room stuff. You start saying fit stuff, I don't think it's necessarily off the court. But that's a tough one, chat. Maybe IT's projecting a little bit. With the Toumani Camara in the top 50, top four, almost the top 55. One spot in front of Drew Holiday is crazy, chat, for Kamara at this point in his career. But year two, you love to see the rise. Holiday, maybe there'll be a passing of the torch after, I guess Blazers aren't in the playoffs, but could Holiday play himself below Kamara later in the year? Hey, yo. We'll just have to see, chat. But Holiday is still giving you the defense, still giving you the 3-point shooting. Obviously, some of the athleticism is a little bit less, and some of the stuff around the basket as well too, I think, is not necessarily as consistent as it used to be. But as a role guy, and again, you start getting into numbers and what Boston needs at that spot and what they're willing to pay for tax bills and all that stuff, it becomes a different conversation. But Drew Holiday, the player, is still in that cycle of, awesome rotation championship impact guys that aren't going to be all NBA yet. And I guess he was more not going to be all NBA, like he was going to barely miss it. But now it's a different type of, not going to make all NBA. But like we're saying, still, in that top 55 mix for best players. But DeAndre Hunter goes over Holiday. Another interesting one. Hunter over Holiday for the Celtics. I think the Celtics might do that, chat, because you get a little bit more positional versatility with Hunter. I think some of the defense can be similar, and Holiday's three-point shooting may be more consistent throughout the course of his career, but Hunter's flashed some moments this year as well. And again, the full game for Holiday, the full game for him at this point, is it the same? Maybe the score would be for a guy like DeAndre Hunter, where, the types of shots, chat. Again, Deer Hunter, but but the types of shots that you're getting. But if you could get a different type of wing look instead of Holiday, maybe they would need Holiday, Celtics positionally for the backcourt stuff. But I do think that a team-wide basis for those two guys, maybe we would give the edge to our guy Hunter over Holiday. But after DeAndre Hunter, we have Cam Johnson, who we're not going to see in the playoffs, but maybe his stock rises by default, and we might see him on a playoff team in the offseason. He's going to be made very heavily available. It does seem like he is the best free agent at this point. I don't know, chat. We're going to have to double check anyways. But yeah, with his 3-and-D versatility, obviously, you know what you're getting from Cam Johnson. So somebody needs to free him in Brooklyn at some point. After Cam Johnson, number 53 is maybe you could say too low, too high, however you want to argue it. But this is where we'll have Trae Young, chat. This is where we'll have Trae Young. And the more I look at the ranking that I have right now, the more I feel confident in it that IT is doing a good job. But Trae Young in this spot just sounds low to hear, to be like, wait a second, why is Trae Young outside the top 50? But once you actually start putting the names and what you need from teams and all that stuff, it starts to make sense. And unfortunately for Trae Young, like we were saying with some of the defensive stuff earlier, his defensive number is literally, I think, the worst defensive plus-minus in the NBA this year. So I don't know if there's a way for the Netflix comedy stuff to track minus minutes away or what they're doing for, and minus minutes away is crazy, chat. But if Trae Young this year, chat, I know that he might be a little bit lower on the list than some people maybe would expect from a name value standpoint, but he has played well this year. And I think his willingness to be a little bit more accepting of some of the guys taking more shots. And it's like, okay, sometimes, are you being willing or is it just happening? And it's like, okay, it is what it is. But it's like we saw him at the highest levels, obviously take a team to a deep playoff run. And if we see him now be able to work with different types of pairings, then it just becomes a lot easier for a team. Like, how does this guy match with our star? Well, you know, he matched with the stars on this other team potentially as well too. Again, with some real defensive concerns, but doesn't matter for the number 52 spot. The 52 spot was up for grabs, chat. So Trae Young went out and went ahead and got it. But over Trae Young, we've got let's see here, chat. It wasn't Kata. Kata just right away. Trae Young. Let's see here. Why can't we find Trae Young's spot in the cards, chat? Oh, over Trae Young at 53 is Naz Reid, another Minnesota guy. So shout out the Minnesota bench starting to be a heavy presence. And another reason you make the Towns trade is not to, you know, gamble on Randall but you're also like, hey, we've got a guy who offensively is going to give you similar production, hopefully. And they haven't really had to, or really gotten similar production from Naz Reid in terms of Towns, because again, Towns is like a 25-point-a-game scorer and was a good defender in certain matchups as well too. I don't know if they've gotten that from Tari. The 20-point-a-games, that's a different type of thing, but it's a different mindset, chat. But yeah, Naz Reid, the outside versatility from the big man, and you love to see the commitment to bringing a title to, I guess, the Bay now, chat, but you know, bringing a title to his team, I guess, the team that he's on for now. Okay, here he goes. Halftime runs down. 2 minutes left. The Clippers turn it over. Unbelievable, chat. Turning over the next pick. Hey, yo! Are we fired yet? Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes, one spot over Naz Reid. And Harrison Barnes has been balling out this year, chat. Harrison Barnes is like a 50, 40, 90 guy. It's insane. We look at everybody's percentages that we say. Had good percentages. But just take our word for it. Harrison Barnes is lighting up a storm right now from the field. The Spurs might be able to get a couple of first-round picks from our guy. If we have to trade him, a couple from Harrison Barnes would be crazy. Probably not that much, but the value asking price has definitely gone up, and it would be fun if you could do like a pre-trade sale day where it's like the teams that aren't going to make the playoffs can make trades to the teams that are, and that would just be everybody essentially making deals. But again, I guess you can't do a cross-playoff. Like the Nuggets and the Rockets can't make a trade all of a sudden. It'd be like, oh, Randall's going to Detroit. Like he has to go to a non-playoff team, and you have to be trading with the playoff team. Only 2 teamers allowed, maybe? But then you have this little window to look into some of these guys, chat. Is that what you always want? Hey, yo. Pause. But, yeah, Naz Reid, great pick. And as we get closer to the top 50, chat, the top 50 names, this is getting crazy. This is getting intense. The anticipation is killing me. I can't even imagine what IT cooked up for some of these top 50 names. This is about to be unbelievable. And you're going to want to stay tuned for the rest of the list as it gets unveiled here. And second half of Clippers Warriors, as that, first half of that's about to wrap up as well too. Okay, Chad, I was about to say we need to pick up the pace, but we really don't because we got the second half of these games left to go. We've got the Western Conference playoff picture that needs to be figured out, so we just need to do a better job of balancing the player rankings with the games that are going on. Maybe a little unveil these guys during the commercial breaks. I know we're bouncing around for game to game, though, so it's not going to be perfect commercial break situations for everybody, but I guess we should just catch up on some of the games here real quick since they did just go back into halftime. Chat, we're bouncing around. Let's get to 50, and then we'll go back to the games. Let's get these names out real quick. We had Harrison Barnes. Oh, we have one more name. Okay, yeah. So one more name. 50. Chat. Number 50. Ivica Zubats. So, I don't know. Is 50 actually, or 51 the one we want to get to? And then unveil the top 50? I don't know. I guess this will just be our guy in general, chat. Zubac, I think we spelled his first name right. Hopefully we did, chat. But, you know, the Clippers right now, like we were saying in a slugfest at halftime, I don't know if Zubac is necessarily to thank for keeping the Clippers in this game, but as a solid defensive interior big man, good, you know, the rebounding presence, all that stuff, chat. His just, especially with Jokic in the West, and that's a big piece of it, but the ability to just be able to take up a lot of size, and even with, you know, like Hartenstein and Chet in the West as well too, like you present a different matchup with a guy like Zubac against them, and now, you know, you're Hartenstein, you're playing bigger if you're the Thunder, your lineups or front court's shaped a little bit differently. And Norm Powell hit a 3 at the buzzer to give them the 2-point lead. Curry hit a 3, and then Norm Powell raced back up the court and hit another 3, chat. So it's 60-58. Clippers versus the Warriors. Steph with 13, Butler with 13, Pods with 11. Pods, do we move him up? Where's he on the list at? Pods was behind Keegan Murray, Miles Turner, Gobert, Wiggins, Strus. Do we move him over Keegan Murray, Wiggins, and Gobert? Or Murray, or do we move him over Murray, Turner, and Gobert? Those three guys, put him right behind Wiggins, Pause, and Strus. Ooh, chat, we'll have to think about it over the course of the game and see how the rest of it shapes out. But for Jimmy Buckets himself, chat, having a decent game. And for, let's see here, Zubac, 6 for 9, chat? Yeah. Plus 15. The man, his impact is felt. He's sure-handed around the rim. Pause. And a solid defensive presence. So you got to love him, chat. But yeah, I guess we were going to check the games after his name, so we're good to go there. OKC, an impressive performance against New Orleans so far. OKC, not much to play for. 68 wins on the line is crazy. Something about that feels even better. 67 just feels like a really good 60-win team. I mean, that's obviously a great team, but 68 is like, wait, you were that close to 70 wins? A 70-win team? The Thunder this year are basically a 70-win team. It's going to be unbelievable when they're upset in the playoffs. Isn't that right, Billy Bucket? Shout out. Is he still nervous about the Thunder's title hopes? He's just, you know, Thunder fans. They haven't had the first playoff run yet. So, you know, once the dynasty starts, you get like San Antonio in the later. You actually get cocky, and then you need a couple of the early exit losses to balance you back out, to even you back out. Because that's what ended up happening. And of course, by the time they got to the last one, the amount of balance, chat, between humility and basketball player was out of proportion towards the side of humility. But we've got Blazers at the Lakers at the half. We've got, let's see here. Are we going through the games as well too? But to actually get him on in the background here. Let's see what else. Oh, Boston over Charlotte is final. Indiana over Cleveland is final as well, too, after 2 overtimes. So let's check that game out real quick, too, since that is a final score we should probably be paying attention to. So the Pacers get to 50 wins this year. The Cavs get to 64. So what is the 2 most wins for a number 1 seed? Like, what's the most combined win for a number 1 seed? This might be the best season ever. It feels like 60, 68 and 64 potentially. It's pretty crazy. But the Pacers at 50, getting the win. Nembhard was still off the bench. Tyson for Cleveland with 31 is the standout performance of the day. But for Indiana, Turner chat, not good. Toppin, 7 points. Yikes. Turner, 3 points. Jarris Walker, 11. Neesmith with 10. And then Freeman with, and then, a bunch of the bench guys doing their thing. Quentin Jackson with 21. 7 of 16 from the field. You've got Jalen Tyson, Naquan Tomlin, Javonte Green, and Craig Porter Jr. all starting for Cleveland tomorrow. Where at? Who knows? Who knows? But that's a crazy lineup, chat. That is a crazy, crazy lineup. So it's maybe impressive that they were able to push this near Pacers starting lineup, Pacers starters-ish, to 2 overtimes. Is kind of crazy. But here, let's get a game set and then keep working through these names, chat. Because we've got names to go, people to go, places to see, names to go. Let's see here. Suns versus Kings. Doesn't seem that thrilling. Okay, I guess Rockets Nuggets is the right call, chat. We'll stay there. But after Zubats, Jaden McDaniels, a third Minnesota player. Minnesota is starting to now stack quite the resume of guys on this team, chat. 3 players. I mean, if they switched Randall for Kamara, like we were saying earlier, it'd still be 3 players. Different 3 players, better 3 players, worse 3 players. You guys think Kamara, pictures of it, is worse than, or whatever, than whatever? I don't know, chat. But after McDaniels, we have the... Speaking of the Clippers, we have Norm Powell. Laker girls. Shout out Norm Powell. We wish we could put him higher, chat. Wish we could put him higher, but he did crack inside the top 50. So now we're at 48 for our guy Norm Powell. So that type of rise as a playoff performer, he's a top 50 reliable playoff performer in the league. Shout out. I want to say that feels low. That's not even what his upside could be. He could be twice as good as that. He could be a top 25 playoff guy depending on the given night. But, there's some consistency stuff. But obviously the consistency stuff this year has been really, really good. And he's been arguably their best scorer on certain nights when Kawhi's not out there. And Harden is still able to command the team, but to actually go out and get buckets and carry in the same way, like they definitely needed Norm Powell to kind of be able to help out with that. So he is definitely on the list for sure. If there's anybody that could be above Norm Powell on a ranking, we'll just have to think hard, dig deep, chat, pause. I guess it would have to be one Franz Wagner from Orlando. Has Franz had a better season than Norm Powell, or is IT still banking a little bit on some of the name value stuff that Franz brings to the table, some of the youth, some of the just in general upside? Because again, Norm Powell has been probably a more consistent, more efficient scorer this year. Norm Powell has been flirting with like 50-40 percentages all year, chat. And even right now, he's sitting at like 50 or 46 and a half, 48 and 42. And he's always got the, the fancy cheese situations going on, chat. But Franz, regardless of whatever kind of, you know, every kind of stereotyping you want to give him, chat. We still have to put him above Norm Powell, at least for now. If Norm Powell has an awesome playoff run, then yeah, Norm Powell goes right up over Franz Wagner. But for the youth, for the potential of what he could be in a playoff series, we have to pick Norm Powell. Oh, wait. See, I Freudian slipped there, chat. I want to pick Norm Powell, but we have to pick Franz Wagner. It is what it is. So after Franz on the list, who could we have after Franz? It is going to be Franz Wagner and then Pascal Siakam. Pascal Siakam over Franz. Would Indiana switch Siakam and Franz? I think they, again, would long-term trade value and contract-wise, absolutely. But for player, and then Franz has to make Shea's contract, I mean, you'd be more, more confident the other way around, I guess, if you were just thinking about it. I don't know. We'll have to give it a quick listen here and see what it ends up sounding like. But, yeah, Siakam in Indiana, like we're saying, at the end of the season, is playing really well. So they'll need his veteran experience in the playoffs as a big-time bucket getter. And maybe need him to be a little bit better than the... Where are we at now, chat? Are we in the 30s? The 46th best player in the league. But I still believe in Siakam as an impact guy. So Jarrett Allen is after Siakam. And then, okay, we have one more name after Jarrett Allen, chat. But I know we just took a break, but I have to chat. This might have to be the first ever live bathroom break on the pod. Not live on the pod, but just the break itself. Like, if it's going to run long, chat, then we're just have to put it all out there. Pause. But, I mean, what do you do, chat? We got to sit and power through a live stream. We need to start bringing a bottle into the studio. That'd be wild. I guess we want to admit that. Be like, hey, we'll be right back after this. It's like, what's he doing on that break? It's like, hey, yo. It's like, just be civilized. Go find some civilization. Find a toilet. Do we need to track down civilization in a toilet, chat? Maybe. We'll just see how many names it takes before we actually get desperate. Now that it's out there, we'll just see what happens. Erase, chat. Jarrett Allen. Next on the list. Well, I guess we could just easily just blurt out the next 40 names. But we'll have to take a break, I guess, at some point because of the games going on in the background. Unless you guys are about to witness just, otherworldly bladder strength and focus. I doubt it because Warriors versus Heat is just now starting up from halftime, if I'm not mistaken. So they still got a long ways to go before something is absolutely settled. Okay, so the West playoff picture with Denver up over Houston. We know that approximately eliminates them from the either the 4, the 5, the 6, or the 7. What are the scenarios, chat? Even in play. The Clippers. So with the Nuggets up by 20 and the Clippers down by 2, that means they could be the 6 or the 4 seed. But if the Nuggets somehow win this game by 17, then the Clippers are the 7 seed. But if the Nuggets win it in the 10 to 11 range and it looks really bad, then, different story, chat. But who knows what the picture will finally look like here. But with the final playoff rankings anyways, or with the playoff rankings to end the regular season, the final regular season rankings, after Jarrett Allen, who is like top 5 in the league right now in win shares per 48 on the year. So I know Mobley is obviously getting all the credit as the defensive big, as he should, but some of the advanced stats say they're pretty similar as a player. So you do got to give Allen his due respect. And then after Jarrett Allen, Zach LaVine, whose stats we mentioned on the pod a couple of live streams ago. He's in that 50-40 territory with Sacramento. Sacramento is a playoff team, and he is a part of the reason that they've been able to strive without Deer and Fox chat. Okay, this is it. I guess this was not otherworldly bladders. It is what it is. IT. Can somebody sub in maybe and take over the list? I don't know. If that happens, we'll just pick up where you guys left off. If not, we'll be back in just, I'll say a second, but we'll see. Yikes. Okay, chat, let's go. The list keeps going on. The Warriors are up 3. The Nuggets continue to dominate, 89-65 in the third quarter. Oh, Aaron Gordon channeling his Jokic. Little inside pass for you there, chat. But Jimmy Butler and Steph, the star combination, continues to show out. So after, and Zach LaVine, again, to give him his credit, like we were saying, just really impressive run here with the Kings. Really, really solid stuff that he's doing. So full season, I guess, where does he land numbers-wise here? Top 45? He's in the top 45. So the next player would be Draymond. So that becomes Draymond as a defensive presence in the playoffs, proving what he's capable of, and then, proving that he's also not afraid to hit big shots and take big shots and capable of having those clutch moments. So are you taking that Draymond history, or are you taking what Zach LaVine has put up these last couple of games and this run with Sacramento? And are you taking Zach LaVine in that lead role as well, too? Because like we're saying, he's just responsible for more in Sacramento. But I think you got to give Draymond the edge with some of the history stuff that has proven that, if you flipped him and LaVine, I don't know if 1-for-1 LaVine is more impactful than Draymond is. Again, is Draymond going to get the Kings to the play-in the way LaVine has? I don't know. But if we're talking winning titles next to Steph and Butler, I think Draymond being more impactful in that is more important in this conversation. To me, anyways. If you're taking the Sacramento thing, then I guess LaVine. But then again, LaVine has been really, really good in that run, so it's not like that's a bad player by any means. But Draymond would be next, and then after Draymond, we would have Jalen Duren, chat, who is another just absolutely advanced stats darling right now. There's a bunch of top 10, top 15 advanced stats that he's floating around in, and a lot of the big guys, center guys stuff can have an advantage of because of the efficiency that they can have in their games where, Duren's running this pick and roll with Cade and getting these lobs and getting these easy looks, so his efficiency is going to be super through the roof, and it's going to be like he's this amazing offensive player. But he is really amazing in that rim running role, and he's an incredible athlete and really difficult to stop when he's attacking the rim. And it seems like there could be some defensive upside there as well, too. Like, Duren's just a really, really nice big man already, but even has some more play, like just once he starts putting the ball on the ground a little bit more, dribbling it around, if the handle ever tightens up in a certain type of way. Like, would the Warriors switch Draymond out for Duren? I don't know if they would do that, but Draymond, I don't know if that's tough, chat. We might have to put Draymond over Duren, honestly. And now I kind of want to put LaVine over Duren as well too. But he's just been really, really good this year with Cade, and that Pistons team has turned around. But we have to give LaVine his respect. So Duren next to Jared Allen. Would the Cavs flip Allen for Duren? They probably wouldn't, just to not mess the vibes up. Again, if we're being realistic, like, we got to teach Duren the playbook. But would they teach Duren to take over Allen's spot? It could be talked about. But you'd have to have a conversation about that very specific thing, and then, a feasible concept around it as well, too, that it would end up being okay, which it was. But you got Zach LaVine, Duren, Allen. I think I deleted somebody and didn't put him back in. Pause. Oh! Was it? Are we going the right way here, chat? Yeah, okay. We're good to go. It was after Duren, chat. Speaking of the Thunder, speaking of big, so we got Duren now in front of Jared Allen, but behind Zach LaVine. So after Zach LaVine, the new next player, we've got Isaiah Hartenstein, chat, from the Oklahoma City Thunder is on the board next. And one of course, the great in-season trades, getting to some good picks, getting value back with the individual player, getting valued back with the picks in the moment where they used to just trade around or trade up. I don't remember, chat. We'd have to go back and dig into the history of it. But, it wasn't even like a I get in pre-social media when that stuff really started popping off. Who knows, chat? But Hartenstein, either way, with his size and defensive ability for that Thunder team, is able to give him a different look than what Chet is able to give him, and maybe a more versatile look as well too. Chet's obviously an awesome offensive player, but Hartenstein's, again, versatility is exceptional for this backcourt, and really needed in a Western Conference that could have a lot of size and center matchups as well too. But I don't know if somebody else says, well, I guess, mostly current stuff has happened right now. But after Hartenstein, chat, is where we will get to. We've got Damian Lillard after Isaiah Hartenstein. So Damian Lillard, of course, hopefully will be back for the playoffs. Again, if we're speaking about guys that are currently injured, he would be that, not just in a super unfortunate set of circumstances with the blood clots and stuff, and hopefully he's just okay all the way around. But he did play a lot this year, and managed to play in enough games to be in this type of impacting the season level conversation. I think he's around that 58 game play mark. And if you look at some of the advanced stats for him, offensively, he was like a top 10 offensive box score guy in the NBA. So, I mean, with the way that the eye test is matching that, there's almost a version of Dame where it's like, okay, if he is able to tap back into some of that OG Dame stuff in a real way on a real consistent basis, then we get a real special player. But he was still all-star mix, like we're saying. The raw box score numbers don't look too crazy bad all the way around. So there's still pieces of old Dame Lillard in there. Pause. He just needs to figure out how to tap in more often and adjust it to the newer version that he has as well too. What's this new? Maybe it's a different thing ultimately, but whatever it is right now, I don't know how you adjust to it or not. But you do have him as a really important aspect of that Bucks offense while he was still out there. It was him and Giannis, and maybe not the most successful, but still really important for a team that was still pretty good and had some pretty big shooting nights as well too. So I still believe in Dame Lillard as a impactful guy on a really, really good team, if that's still a possibility. But we had to put Desmond Bane, I guess, over Dame Lillard is what IT is saying, chat. Desmond Bane over Lillard. Obviously, the trade value stuff makes sense there. But for this season, if Milwaukee could put Bane in the Lillard spot and just get a little bit healthier, the numbers are not too far off. And I know Bane is not necessarily a great defender, chat, but neither is Lillard. And I think Bane next to Giannis and some of those other guys, maybe his defense could get turned around a little bit. So I think there's a real case to say that just straight up like that. Like we're saying, you just would take Dame. You would not take Dame over Bane in that same type of way. But would you? I mean, this is turned out pretty good, chat, so far. IT, Bane over Lillard, Hartenstein, Levine, Bane or Levine. With the way Levine's playing, we might be moving Levine up, honestly, because like we said, we can always adjust after the playoffs. But IT, whoa! IT really shocks us with this one, chat. This is crazy. We now enter inside the top 40. We're at 39. They're claiming this is a top 40 player in the NBA this year. Ty Jerome, I mean, he definitely could win some awards. We could see him winning like 6th man of the year. He's been amazing off the bench for Cleveland. And they're giving him the standing applause. It's impressive stuff that he's been able to do this year in Cleveland, chat. Off the bench. Propelling that offense. Super efficient. And if you look at his per 36 numbers, again, you don't want to project that for every bench guy in the league. But there is something about his game this year with the way that it's expanded. Where you go, okay, there is something projectable about this. You got to be careful when handling contracts with those type of guys, because Jerome is a free agent. But, the Spurs weren't able to get, or just didn't get, Austin Reeves. Obviously, we were able to get, but we just didn't end up getting Austin Reeves in free agency. Like Ty Jerome is a nice chat, like another nice piece, kind of in that same type of vein of player that could be really useful off that type of screen, off that type of three, with the defense already needed. 81-78, 3 minutes left in the third, with the Clippers up. I mean, chat, the 4 and the 5 seed on the line here. This is crazy. The Warriors, I mean, who knows? They can finish as the 6 or the 7. It's unbelievably riveting drama. Okay, we might actually be able to get it lined up good this time. Let's see what actually ends up happening. But Ty Jerome, definitely the most controversial placing on the list. Ty Jerome over Norm Powell. Ty Jerome over Drew Holiday. Over Chris Paul. Over... Ooh, Chris Paul highlighted as well, too. Chris Paul is a member. Okay, chat. Both games are in timeout as we speak. So, let's get a quick update here on the other ones. Doesn't look like... I guess Toronto versus San Antonio is the other game. That is a slugfest today, chat. So maybe we stay tuned at this one as well, too. Castle! One last game to see Castle play. Oh, not even on the court to end the third. Is he even out there for today's game? There's Barnes, though, proving his spot in the rankings. There he is, chat. Castle with 5 assists. So, yeah, proving himself as well, too. 15 points. Just cover up the field goal percentage part of it. And we will be good to go. But, yeah, shout out to our potential 6th man of the year, Ty Jerome, in Cleveland. And after Ty Jerome, we have Josh Hart. So I kind of honestly want to move Ty Jerome up the list even more. I think if the trust factor that I have in some of these guys, and maybe that's a part of it as well too, I just trust Ty Jerome with whatever it is, you know. Is it 12 points a game? Is it 22? Does he need to go and get me 22? Like, I kind of think he can just go do it. And does he need to get me 12? I think he can do it. Like Josh Hart, I don't know if he has the same sort of scoring ability. Obviously, he can give you the more with the defense and the rebounding in a more complete way. But I just think that Jerome's offensive game at this point, with him creating offense for himself and for others, is... Like, and what do you mean by high level when you say high level? But I think, like, actually kind of high level, chat. Like, in that top 30, top 40 range. Like, is he, like I was saying earlier, the next kind of Austin Reeves, where we just see him keep making those strides, and we're like, oh, all of a sudden, wait, he is that 3rd or 4th best player on the title team? Like, what's actually happening? But after Ty Jerome, after Josh Hart, we have Mikal Bridges as well, too, at 37. So this is weird placement for either of these guys, IT, because... I don't know if you could look at this and say that Bridges was the 37th best player in the league this year. Did Bridges have one of the 40 best player seasons of anybody this year? You know, we're looking at Zach LaVine a couple spots down. It's pretty undeniable at this point that Zach LaVine has had a better season than Mikal Bridges. And like I'm saying, I'm thinking about moving Zach LaVine up, honestly. But Bridges in a playoff series, do you guys still trust Bridges' talent in a playoff series more than Zach LaVine's, because of Bridges' ability to play, hopefully off the ball a little bit more? Not that we've seen it necessarily in New York at the same way. I mean, that's always the in theory of it. But if that clicks the way it has in the past, and he's efficient in that role with the defense as well, you would assume that that is a nicer player. And the Nuggets with a real statement win here as we enter the 4th quarter. It's 107-73. Just a casual 34-point lead going into the 4th. I don't know if we end up getting this to 40, but I kind of hope they just continue to say, hey, we just got to kick this out of a team one more time before the playoff run that they end up having. You know, however short it may be. Pause. But, yeah, Bridges, like we were saying earlier, I don't know if he's definitely in that top performers list, but he just still, with the skill set, the legacy, and the way that he did actually end up playing this year, it's just too much to put together and be like, there's no way he's not a top tier player in the NBA in this top 40, top whatever range. Because again, some of the advanced stats for Bridges, it's like, was Bridges even good this year? Like, what is happening? But I still want to believe, and we can move him way down in the playoffs if that really happens. You know, Ty Jerome and who else were we moving up, chat? Ty Jerome and somebody else. Tari Eason? Ty Jerome and Tari Eason just skyrocket up the list. It's always a possibility. But after Bridges, we have... Oh, chat. We're a little farther up the list than I thought. We're working our way through here. In nearly the top 30, we're still completing out the top 40. But after Bridges, Josh Giddey traded for Caruso. I haven't seen Caruso on the list at this point. And seeing names like Lillard, Ty Jerome, and Josh Hart. I mean, you see Ty Jerome. Is Caruso and Ty Jerome going to be ranked together? Maybe that's the sign that they are, chat. But just for the types of players that Virginia has gravitated to, and maybe there's something about these white athletes that Virginia keeps that, you know, they keep... I don't know if you've heard this, but Giddey was traded, like we said, for Caruso. And he did have that buzzer beater against the Lakers from half court. But it wasn't just that shot that was impressive for our guy Giddey. I mean, he has been, speaking of the higher three-point percentages this year, a really consistent three-point percentage shooter. I want to say 37 to 38%, if I'm not mistaken. So he's another one of those guys. If that shot starts to fall on a consistent basis, and he's adding in the rebounding, playmaking stuff the way he has been, chat. 14, 8, and 7 on the season. 37% from 3 on the season is actually really good from Josh Giddey. And you'll absolutely take that, chat. Hopefully he's not, you know, too giddy with that stuff. But the way that he has been able to capture the new team, take over the offense, be the command guy, and improve his efficiency is really everything that you would hope for in this trade, because that's what you were trading for. I know that, you know, what do you mean by better player than Caruso? But he's not going to, he doesn't have the baseline to be like, hey, he's going to be a 3-and-D wing for you the same way Caruso could be. But Caruso doesn't have the upside to run the offense the way that Giddey does. So you take the gamble on Giddey when your team needs the first-round pick next year to be lottery protected and still be in the mix. Like, it kind of worked out perfectly, that trade, chat. And I kind of really have been backing on the Giddey stock as well, too. And I've been thinking about that trade in context of OKC. Like, what if they hadn't given up Giddey and Giddey became this player in OKC and they had him instead of Caruso? Like, OKC is so good, and the guard position that they have, you know, with him and Jalen, like, they don't really necessarily need a ton of shot makers to go around. But 113 to 88, the Nuggets are up over the Rockets, chat. Just an absolute dominant performance. So we turn our attention fully then to Lakers versus, I keep saying the Lakers, chat. Sorry to the Clippers. The Clippers versus the Warriors as we enter the fourth quarter here. And as we enter nearly the number 30 player, the top 30 spot on the player rankings, a couple more surprises, chat, I'm sure, on the way. Because after Josh Giddey, we have Derek White, of course, with his role in the Celtics, continuing to be that staple role player, 3-and-D guy that we really wish the Spurs had, because I don't think those picks that in the trade have ultimately helped push the team forward that much, chat. So, shout out to Derek White, of course, Boston Celtics, for getting another entry on this list. And what do we got here? Harden isoing on Podziemski with 23 left, out to Powell in the corner. Okay, Powell drives and Powell gets the finger roll. So it's going to be Powell and Harden versus Steph and Davis here in the fourth. Uh-oh, chat. This could be crazy. This could be crazy. Who knows, chat? what the Western Conference playoff picture will look like. The theme of today's episode is who knows what the playoff picture will look like. But after Derek White, of course, we've got another really solid role player defender who maybe if his offensive game was, well, he's had some good offensive performances lately too. But he's always up and down with those, chat. Lou Dort. Shout out Lou Dort, one of the best defenders on the best defensive team in the league and an historic defensive team as well too, chat. So you've got to respect Lou Dort for what he's been able to accomplish this year in OKC. After Lou Dort, we've got OG Anunoby. So this is OG Anunoby. This is just base model OG Anunoby. This is not OG Anunoby when Sonny Lee is courtside, because that OG Anunoby is much more difficult to rank. We've only had one trade. And, well, Norm was the one that I heard it from and not the other guys. So I don't know what that tells you. But Lou Dort, anyways, is almost a top 35, in the top 35 for players for the NBA. So he will be followed up by OG Anunoby at number 32, chat. Shout out to OG Anunoby. The Knicks guys kind of being cluttered here, as I still believe I'm turning the corner in playoff time and them sort of being more the peak versions of themselves. But again, I don't know if they've been that this season. Again, him with Sonny Lee in the crowd, maybe. Hey, yo, peak version of himself is crazy. But if Sonny Lee can just be there for a couple playoff games, then maybe the Knicks will have a chance at a Eastern Conference Finals appearance. But over OG Anunoby in the ranking, this is going to get some New York fans mad. Denny Advia. This is where Denny Advia goes, in the top 30. Yikes, chat. You didn't expect Denny Advia to show up this high in the rankings, but guess what? Basically, the last half of the season, the man's like 20 a game, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, in that 50% field goal percentage range, and I think the three-point percentage was in that high 30 range as well too. So, I mean, all the efficiency is there as a 20-point-a-game scorer in the defense, and he's had some really big go-off scoring performances as well too. Like, he might be a Mikal Bridges candidate for has a role on a lesser team that exceeds what maybe ultimately he's going to end up being. And again, who knows if Bridges is just in a little bit of a slump right now, chat. But Advia is just playing really well and really efficient and really cohesive basketball when he's out there. So if we're just going like that trust ranking, like we're saying, guys that we want to have kind of putting all the pieces together, performance, trust, the instant sort of swappability of these players for the talent aspect of it. Like, would the Knicks trade out Anunoby for Advia in a playoff series? I think they'd really have to think about it if it was for this one playoff series, chat. I think with the way Anunoby's playing, he might have saved it a little bit, so we might have to move that around. But Advia might be more in this range than you guys think he is. One spot behind Alperen Sengun, chat. Shout out to our boy Sengun, who will be number 31, right in front of Bam Adebayo. Bam Adebayo at number 30. So there we go, chat. Number 30 revealed. Fourth quarter underway for Warriors Clippers. We'll take a quick break and then get to this fourth quarter and continue with the unveiling of the top 100 player rankings. Okay, chat, we'll try what we promised before. We'll try to balance the player rankings with the game that's going on. So Clippers up 1 with the fourth quarter, about 10:45. So, you know, just starting as we're working our way into this here. It's Butler with Harden on him. And Harden, we see him locked in. We see him intense. Derek Jones guarding Podziemski, doesn't matter. Podziemski with the tough little midi off the Jimmy Butler pass. So it's Butler, Podziemski, Post, Draymond, and Moody. It's that lineup we were saying from earlier. It seems to be the go-to no Steph lineup, chat. Quentin Post, basically, in the Steph role. You just go bigger, I guess, pause. I guess you could go Post or Moody depending on the matchup either way. But this could be Kawhi Leonard cooking time, chat. Where's Kawhi at on this list, I2? Do we just need to get out, reveal guys till we get till Kawhi Leonard? Bam Adebayo? I don't know how closely they have Kawhi ranked to Bam. But Kawhi's on Moody as well, too. Feels a little interesting. There we go. On Butler. I guess they're just switching around right now. But really working to get Harden on Butler. And Harden's doing a good job right now. There we go. Butler forcing Butler into the missed three in that situation. So it's Kawhi with Moody on him, chat. Top of the key. It's an ISO. One-on-one. And he gives it up to Harden with like 5 seconds left. Really kind of a interesting move by Kawhi. It may work because Harden takes it to the basket. But Moody, I guess, has been a good enough defender on Kawhi today to give Kawhi to give that up to Harden. Harden with 22 and 10, though. 22 and 9 at this point. And we've got Simmons in the game right now as well, too. So we get timeout by the Warriors, Steve Kerr, with the Warriors down 4. But Simmons in the game, just really giving Harden an excuse to ISO. And Kawhi as well, too. Maybe that's what it takes. But, yeah, Bam, like we said, was at 30. So we're in commercial right now. Let's try to keep revealing names. Above Bam Adebayo is Jaren Jackson Jr. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been responsible for a lot without Ja Morant this year, chat, but has still been able to play some of his best basketball. And not just without Ja, but I think maybe even more so the move bringing in the center, obviously, letting him lean into a little bit more of his wingish tendencies. And really, I mean, he's not even, you know, I'd have to go really look at the tracking again, chat, but he's at like less than 6 rebounds a game this year. And that's a guy that's playing, you know, logging center minutes per game, less than 6 rebounds a game, maybe defensive player of the year. Like, if you're a defensive player of the year center candidate, I kind of think you have to get a lot of rebounds as well, too. I think that's part of it. I don't know if that helps or hurts the Wemby case, but hey, it should help the Wemby case because then it just means Wemby needs to get a ton of rebounds. But for the guys like Jaren Jackson and Ja and the other guys we were mentioning that may have chemical reactions to some of this stuff, like, it's kind of the only way that you can take something and, you know, get it to where you need to go, chat. But Reed Shepherd in the game now with 4.5 minutes left for Houston. And this is sometimes the problem with the double screen setup is if IT starts messing around with the remote for one screen, they start messing with both screens. So IT, be careful when we're switching this Nuggets game here in a second because the Nuggets are dominating and winning. But this basically counts still as commercial break because the Nuggets are up by more than 20 at this point. So we got Jaren Jackson. We got one guy unveiled, Jaren Jackson. Sabonis, shout out Sabonis. I guess this is our run of centers. IT has a lean in to running, you know, a bunch of positions in a row. Pause. That's a crazy statement. I don't even know if that made sense. But there was like a run of wings earlier. There's a run of guards here with like Jerome and Bane and Lillard. Levine kind of getting into the mix there. So we've got these like hybrid-y center power forward combos with Şengün, Bam, Jackson, and Sabonis. And I guess Sabonis's numbers this year are also crazy. And I guess everybody's just got crazy numbers this year. But Sabonis also hit the 40-point threshold for 3-point shooting. So he's always been a double-double guy, but now he's, or like a sneaky kind of triple-double-y type guy. But now he's a sneaky triple-double-y type guy, and he's a 50-40 guy. He really is continuing that mini Jokic run. I mean, he was nearly 60% from the field last year, but 58% from the field is still fantastic. I mean, as you know, we would say, Chad. And has now led the league in rebounding 4 years in a row. So I don't know if he's like chasing this as his sort of title, or 3 years in a row, Chad, we should say. My bad. One of these is just leading him in defensive rebounds that season. So I don't know if he went back and emphasized this with the voters this year and then had to refix something, because you shouldn't have to have like a card. Somebody was talking about a thing for a thing, chat, but 19 and 13 for our guy Sabonis, and yeah, we mentioned the percentages as well too. So if you switched him and Jaren Jackson, I could see it being similar. Did Ben Simmons just hit a shot? We just missed Ben Simmons hitting a shot, so now we have to focus on the game, chat, like we were saying. We're trying to do our job here, work on our professionalism of bouncing between... Hey, yo, chat. Who isn't working on their professional bouncing abilities? But the game, the player rankings. Butler at the free throw line. Simmons. Oh, Simmons to Derek Jones. Jones with the dunk over Steph. You rarely see Steph finding himself in poster territory, but for some reason, Steph thought he could jump with Derek Jones Jr. there. I don't really know what the plan of attack was. Sometimes you just turn around and see a figure. And you're like, I'm going to jump. And you're like, oh, wait a second. That's literally Derek Jones Jr. That's a mistake. So he was flying around there, and the way that happened, I don't know if he was necessarily avoidable. Again, it was off the pass, so it was him cutting. But, I mean, maybe you could have really workshopped it a certain way. So 92 to 88. Here we go. Kawhi with the post up, and between Butler and some of the guys, they've been able to not, and maybe Kawhi's just not getting into his bag too much. Harden with the foul, but I feel like they've been able to play good defense. I don't know, Chad. Clippers up 4. And that's just a tough foul by Gary Payton there on the three-pointer by Harden. So we got free throws. We have time to get a couple more names in between the free throws. We've got Sabonis next. Whoa, chat. Amen Thompson has made a climb in year 2. Amen Thompson is on the list already. This high up. Where are we at? Are we in the top 20 quite yet? Amen Thompson as the 26th best player in the league. Amen Thompson is already at that level, chat, but defensively, athletically, I think he might be. And I know that's two different things than just him as a player. But still, he is immediately impacting games at that level. And immediately, like we're saying, just trustworthy-wise as well. Maybe the Rockets' most trustworthy player. I know what I'm going to get, the defense and the playmaking, and him attacking the rim. I know I can rely on that. I don't know if I can rely on it to win me a game, but I know I have it in the arsenal of things to go to. Do you necessarily know what you're going to have in your arsenal from Jalen Green or Jabari Smith or Sengun on a given night? But I feel like you know as a coach what you're going to get from a guy like Amen Thompson. And as the offense continues to get better, of course, you know, he'll move up the list. But Curry with the step back right in the face of the defender, chat. 4 for 8 in the game, 18 points. Cook 'em, chef. So Simmons might be a crunch time guy in this game for the Clippers, chat. Simmons, Kawhi with the little turnaround fade. We'll see if the Clippers want to actually try to trade 2 for 1 here. Or, 3 for 2 in this setting. Okay, Podziemski goes to the rim. Do they go 3 for 3? Oh, chat, did they call it on Golden State? Or no, they did get it on Norman Powell. Okay. Or Simmons? Why did I just hear him say Norman Powell? But Simmons may now have to go to the bench with the 3 fouls, unless they just want to foul him out at this point. 3 fouls, 7 minutes. You know? Say, hey, just play hard for pause. Hey, yo. Play with effort for the next couple of minutes and you'll be fine. But yes, Chet, I think Amen Thompson, while maybe not reliable shooting, all the way reliable offensive game, very reliable player with what he brings to the table. So some might argue already the best Rocket. I don't know how you necessarily determine that fully, but I think you could make the case that he's just right now the best basketball player on the Rockets. Would he win a one-on-one tournament against anybody on the Rockets? I think so. Who would he win a one-on-one tournament against in the NBA? I think, you know, most guys. He'd stand a fair chance. So Clippers still up by 4 here. Feels like they've been in that 1 to 2 shot range for the last couple of minutes. Steph obviously hit that 3, but outside of that, haven't been able to convert well. And Harden with Pods on him. Oh, he shakes Pods. Gets right to the rim, but not able to get it to go. But I thought Pods played good, physical, nice. Took a nice bump there from Harden. Stood his ground. Harden just too fast changing direction and able to get to the rim. But then Curry coast to coast the other way, chat. So timeout time. Time for more names. Here we go. The list is getting good. The list is getting spicy, chat. I mean, we know who the players are left, of course. But I guess the technical order is to be revealed, again, of the eligible guys remaining. So we've got, let's see. We've got Amen Thompson. And speaking of Jimmy Butler, chat, this is where we have Jimmy Butler. So you see what he's able to do, right? And I mean, is this too low in the 20s? Does he still need to recoup a little bit of the lost status from his Miami turnaround there? Sliding backwards and now bouncing back in Golden State. He just needs to maybe have playoffs as that number 2 guy in Golden State to reclaim his status, whatever it may be now, in the NBA. But still, in my mind, better than a guy like Amen Thompson. But again, you're going full seasons, chat. I mean, obviously his full season is not a better full season than Darius Garland, but you're watching what he's doing right now, what he's capable of in some of these games. And is he a guy that Cleveland would basically say that, hey, if we could swap out Garland for Butler for this playoff run, would we do it? And I think, Chad, that they kind of would, honestly. I think they would, especially if it was for one playoff run. If it was the long-term stuff, I think Garland has more trade value in that aspect, absolutely. But if it was the instantaneousness of it, I think Butler gets the nod. And Butler offensively is still able to provide you some stuff, but like we're saying, defensively, he's just seeing the whole court and, you know, constructing a whole team offense for it perfectly. But, So, chat, Jimmy Butler, after all the ups and downs of the season, still almost a top 20 player in the league. It's impressive stuff. But after Jimmy Butler, Darius Garland, we have James Harden. So the guys matched up against each other in the rankings. And again, Harden has kind of been a positive for the Clippers all year. Butler was a negative for the Heat at one point. Never been a negative for the Warriors. That's why it's been an awesome trade. He's been completely additive. But Harden this year has... Well, he hasn't requested a trade this year, at least. In the year of would Butler and Harden both request a trade this year? Harden did not so far and has not broken that parlay. I don't know if the offseason counts. But that would have been a crazy prop to end up getting as well, too. Just Celtics and Mavs not to make parlays. Oh, chat. Sometimes you have to just make moves out of revenge and spite as well, too, chat. I don't know how it always works all the time, but sometimes it feels like the right place to try to go to. But yes, Harden, chat, is at number 23 right now. The MJ spot. Hey, yo. Does Harden deserve the MJ spot? Do we just leave the MJ spot blank for the honorary guy? I forget which baseball team. Oh, excuse me, chat. Oh, I shouldn't have yawned right there, but I forget which baseball team has the honorary thing. Or do the Seahawks have a honorary 12th man thing, or is it a veteran thing? I forget. Hopefully it's a veteran thing. I mean, maybe the 12th man is more veteran specific than I'm giving it credit for. But at this point, it does feel like to kind of characterize the entire fan base. So there is Denver with the win over Houston, chat. Wins in the books for both of those teams. The rest of the Western Conference picture, it does look like OKC, of course, is going to get their win against New Orleans. And Memphis gets a win over Dallas. Utah does end up getting the win over... But we've got the Clippers still up by the magical 4-point lead by the Clippers, chat. It is what it is in this game. Can Steph Curry get a 4-point play? Can we bet the Steph Curry 4-point play? We might have to at some point in this one, if it's the only way that they can overcome. They're setting the double at Kawhi. It's Butler and Steph. Wow, so just done right in the middle of the paint. Easy floater. Not too much defensive team effort by Golden State, even if it is, Curry and his team and all that stuff. Like, maybe there's a point to where something needs to happen. But, I mean, obviously not right now. Not saying like that type of stuff, but down by 1 now. This type of stuff, chat. Podziemski hitting threes. This type of stuff. Fourth quarter. 5 minutes. Crunch time. End of the regular season. It all comes down to this for seeding. For the playoffs. Who will get eliminated by OKC? What will be the order? Zubats guarded by Looney. The Looney bin himself forces a miss. Podziemski the rebound. Starts a little transition fast break. So Curry's got 2 timeouts. Sarr has got 4. And, Podziemski with Dunn. We've got Looney with Zubats. Harden, Butler. Peyton, Powell. And Curry, Kawhi was an interesting matchup there as well. Again, Peyton on Kawhi. Butler on Harden. So you get the offensive and the defensive thing from Butler as well, too. The two-way ability is important. And, in Miami, he definitely did have to go out and guard the wings in Boston and stuff. But, the East just doesn't have the same level of Jimmy, go guard this guy type thing that maybe the West does. Steph for 3 in the corner. It rims around. It rims in. He loses Chris Dunn. He needs just a glimmer of space. And he's absolutely hyped up right now, chat. You think you're in the playoffs already. He's feeling the importance of getting a win versus this Clippers team. A mental win. Ooh, chat. That's diabolical stuff from our guy Steph Curry and the Warriors. But we got time to reveal more names. More names as we hit the timeout. The list is slowly winding down, chat, but it doesn't mean it's getting less entertaining. There's still the star players to go as we unveiled James Harden last on this list. Ja Morant. Oh, Ja Morant is on this list. IT. Does Ja Morant even qualify? I don't know if we have to reconsider everybody else that missed due to injuries and stuff, but apparently they felt maybe because of the playoff run that Ja Morant could have, he could add some of those games played back onto the total and make up for it. But Ja Morant over Harden and over Butler and over Garland, chat, there's no way. And over Thompson. Uh-oh. Is this the Ja Morant slide, chat? Ja Morant, you're doing the grenade celebration. Well, it's going to start causing the Ja Morant slide celebration. Hey, yo. Should you start figuring out what that maneuver is for the Shanghai Sharks, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. Ja Morant's not a Shanghai Sharks player. Obviously, he's a great Memphis Grizzly and will continue to be so. Just hopefully better than James Harden in the playoffs. This version of James Harden, much different. Okay, after what would have been Ja Morant being unveiled next, but moved down, we've got another crazy one, chat. Speaking of LA, not the Clippers, but it's the Lakers, and it's not Luka, obviously, at this point. Is it LeBron? Chat, who is it? Up next, defense. Steph with the steal. He gets it to Pods. Draymond's wide open at the top of the key. Oh, beautiful pass. Payton misses the layup. Payton missed the easy at the rim layup. But Steph gets the foul on defense. Wow, chat. Great pass by Draymond. Under the basket to the cutter. Off that little Steph Curry screen action, getting fouled by Dunn and Harden. Of course, the double team by the Clippers' finest guards, chat. Their finest defenders. They said, we'll put Chris Dunn on one and one only. And I don't know, I have to start setting rules for that type of stuff, chat. But maybe just for, self-discipline portion of it. So 105, 105, 2.5 left. We're in the clutch time of clutch time, chat. Powell is really going to have to go to the rim and get that one to go. So that was the one to make it 105. You always have to remember the sling is a little behind on the ESPN stream. It is what it is. But they've been running this Steph Curry, just the baseline loop for him, chat. You see with the Draymond Butler thing, I mean, and they've always used Curry, of course, off the ball. But the amount of times now is just exclusively him flying around this screen and just getting it in the corners, starting from the sides. And it's Butler creating as well, too. Like, I mean, I shouldn't even mention Curry got it back off of Butler. Or I should say Green's creating off it. Curry got it off of Butler's pass. But Green at the top of the key. Let's run that Curry thing around him, and then just Green creating out of that. And then you have Butler who can play make as well, too, if he gets it going to the rim. Curry just running around lethal, can space in a different way. I mean, this is a fun version of Steph that we could potentially see unleashed next to the type of player that Jimmy Butler is in the playoffs. I'm excited for it, chat. I'm excited to see Steph. I'm excited to see where Steph's at on this player ranking. And I'm excited to see, like, could he even move up, chat? Is there any spots left for Steph to move up on the player ranking when we get to the playoffs? We'll just have to see. We'll have to see where he lands. IT, are they pro Steph? Are they going to put him as high as they possibly can? 30 for the game by Steph, 15 in the quarter. The clutch quarter, clutch time, Steph Curry. Chef Curry cooking them when it matters. Powell has had his fair share, chat, but doesn't able to get that one to go. Hopefully the Clippers don't fall apart here. It's Kawhi trying to settle him down. Oh, and he gets the midi. Just a brilliant, tough shot by Kawhi. When he's healthy, it just feels like he can make every single basket. It's unbelievable. It's really for the benefit of the league. Oh, well, no, that sounds mean to say, but for the benefit, for the competitiveness, for the rest of the fans that he's been hurt. Oh, Steph for 3. Steph for 3 again. The California teams is where the stars are at, chat. We're California dreaming of some of these playoff matchups, it seems like. If we get that Warriors-Lakers, if we get Clippers-Lakers, whatever the seeding may end up falling to, it will be legendary series. Steph, chat. Steph is a legendary fourth quarter performance. He's showing it again tonight. Orion, I mean, it's really good, but it's just, it's on a different tier than what is going on, chat. Oh, Pods! He got called for the travel, but he was trying to get in his bag the same type of way. Trying to hit those tough Steph Curry threes. Okay, do we have another name we can unveil here, chat? I guess we did Jaw. Austin Reeves was the next guy we were going to unveil. We moved Jaw down a little bit from where he was supposed to be going to be originally. Austin Reeves, next player on the list. A minute 5. Kawhi versus Butler. They send the double again. So Chris Dunn to Zubac's the ball movement, the patience. The Clippers were in the right spot. I mean, a little bit lazy with the double and the help by the Warriors, but it's just, again, great spacing and great movement by the Clippers. They know how to break a zone that's not necessarily the most aggressive double that they're sending. They're just trying to more so get the ball out of Kawhi's hands. But they're just perfectly executed for it. And Kawhi with the steal now. This is the claw that you're scared of, the two-way playmaker. The guy that'll steal the ball on one end and then knock down the three on the other end immediately after an intimidating ISO. Like this possession right here. 17 and a half seconds left with Ty Lue calling a timeout in a tied game. So Portland takes down LA. San Antonio takes down Toronto. Minnesota takes down Utah. And it seems like everything else has essentially gone final, chat. So this is it for the regular season right here. Sacktown takes down the Phoenix. RIP to the Phoenix Suns season. This is it. Who is next after Austin Reeves, chat? The next best player in the NBA after Austin Reeves is Tyler Hero. Whoa. IT. Favoring some certain characteristics I see. Guys mentioned in rap songs was Tyler was Austin Reeves mentioned in a rap song? I'm not sure. But shout out Tyler Hero. We've got after Tyler Hero, Justin Bieber. No, wait a second. That's not right. I don't think he's back after the 2011 celebrity game. We've got, let's go with instead, Devin Booker. How does that sound? Does that sound like a much better, more fitting spot? Whoa, who's this player, chat? Devin Booker. Okay, there we go. The Phoenix Suns, guys, and we'll spoil it. Kevin Durant is next on the list here as well, too. So, again, the Phoenix Sun guys, maybe the most difficult ones to rank because do you rank the seasons that they had or do you rank the players that they still are? But if we just look at this run of guys that we had on this list after we get to this timeout, maybe it'll make a little bit more sense, chat. Okay, Harden to inbound. Kawhi, Chris Dunn on the court. Oh, the cut to Steph Curry on the sideline for defensive purposes, I guess. We've got Dunn, Kawhi, Powell, and Zubats. And it's just a straight ISO for Kawhi with Draymond on defense. Draymond, he moves his feet. Oh, Draymond fouls on the floor. And Kawhi gets the jumper to go. But I think, again, they're going to call it on the floor. Or he goes to the line. But he kind of got him there, chat. That could be a big piece for the Draymond player ranking part of it. Is Draymond in this moment good at denying the ball, but can he stick with Kawhi Leonard, who I don't know if we'd call him the best athlete in the league, but still showing that he has the quick pivot, the quick twitch, the pull-up jumper at the buzzer, and just another overtime game to end the day. Is that 2 or 3 overtime games now? So 5 more minutes, more time to dive into the player rankings, chat. Unbelievable timing. Unbelievable. Some more background action to pause. Help us wrap up this player ranking. We're getting close because Durant is 18. Booker was 19. And if we were using our example from earlier for as tough as the seasons have been for each of those guys, chat, Booker and Durant, you would still look at the players above them on their list and go, okay, would the Lakers swap out Reeves for Booker for this playoff run? They probably still would, with all due respect to Reeves and as good as he's been playing. And again, with as up and down as Booker has been, the Booker piece of it especially, I know the entire team has been, statistically, there's some stats you could look at that, I mean, not even the stats, just the wins and losses, that you go, where is this going? But Booker is like one of the 5 or 10 worst defensive box plus minus guys in the entire league. And again, there's some whole team defensive stuff on there, but like Durant is, for what that team is defensively, not even that bad. So it's like, okay, there's clearly like a individual thing that's going on here on top of the team defense as well. And it's just really crazy to see a number in a competitive nature and whatever else that low for a team. So if you were switching out Booker for Hero, Booker for Harden, Booker for Garland, Durant for Garland, any of these guys, maybe once you get to Thompson, so maybe we have to move Thompson up a little bit. Do we switch Thompson and Garland? Like Jimmy Butler, the way he's playing right now, do we take Jimmy Butler? I don't know if it, you add the percentages in, if it makes a difference, chat. But it is something to see, something to look at. Hey, yo, pause. You need the numbers. But so Durant and Booker are still up near the top of the league anyways, but, you know, are they still... And I still believe in them as the better versions of this being more like, you know, guys that are in the All-NBA range. Like, this is more in that 4th team All-NBA range. Are they closer to that, or are they closer to actually being All-NBA players? I think they are actually All-NBA level players. Just this Phoenix Suns situation, unfortunately, not working out. So I'm still, at least for this season, and they're not going to have a playoff run to prove themselves, so it'll have to really be a full next season. So we'll, you know, respect the other guys' playoff runs as well, too, as those develop. But Durant and Booker, we're still going to give them some credit for the players they've been for their career, even if this Phoenix Suns season was not as ideal as it should have been. So there's Durant and Booker, chat. But Jalen Williams becomes the cutoff where, you know, for as good as I think Booker still is, and as much as I love him as a player individually, you know, the personal bias toward him and the play style, and, you know, he's just a good player. I don't know if OKC would switch out Jalen Williams for Devin Booker right now. Like we're saying, the long-term stuff, you could definitely say, like, oh, yeah, well, Jalen Williams, it makes sense, and the rookie contract, whatever. But the right now factor of it, I don't know if they would do that either because, again, with the way Booker has been defensively, maybe you think he rebounds immediately in OKC, and then you add more offense on top of that. But Jalen Williams has proven he can get a 25-point game, and, you know, Booker can have maybe even more special performances than that. But Jalen Williams can be that number 2 scorer in those playoff scenarios, and his defense can be really lockdown level defense as well, too. Oh, what a miss by Steph. He almost put back a really tough, quick layup lob attempt. Harden in the corner for 3 is clutch. Clippers take a lead by that many, Chad. He's at 30 and 10 now. But I don't know if OKC would swap out Durant and Booker. I think they would have a real talk about it, but I think at the end of the day, they would just say, hey, Jalen Williams is good for this year, and we are fine with our squad of guys trying to win a title this year with that group. So we've got Williams at 17, but Banchero is, again, as the exercise maybe becomes trickier for how you want to rank the top guys. Maybe this is just where chaos descends. Uh-oh, another triple for Harden. Uh-oh, chat. Where's Harden? Did we move Harden up the list properly? We did. We switched him over Jimmy Butler. Is Harden over Reeves? He might have to be, chat. Reeves isn't putting up 30 and 10. I don't think Reeves is responsible for the level of offense as much as the way Harden is. Is that Draymond in the corner? Taking the battle personally, chat, with James Harden. He has to go 3 for 3 with James Harden. You love a couple of low 30% three-point shooters getting in it. Pause at the end of the regular season in a battle. Really high-level basketball. But like we're saying, Banchero as a number 1 option. Like OKC might have to do the smart thing and just switch out Banchero for Jalen Williams at that point. Even if there would be some stuff for like, okay, how does that affect the team for winning a title this season? I think Banchero obviously could still be a number 2 the way Williams can, and gives you even more upside in that role potentially. So Banchero's kind of the cutoff. It's kind of a weird tier of guys. It's a hard tier of a difficult tier of guys to rank. I think Amen Thompson, Darius Garland, Jimmy Butler, James Harden, Austin Reeves, Tyler Hero, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Jalen Williams. But yeah, I guess we said we were gonna move. And do we have to move him up over Hero as well too, chat? We might have to. I don't know if I can quite move him up over Booker and Durant at this point. But now he's in the top 20. So 4th team All-NBA, Paolo, Jalen, Devin, Kevin, and James. Devin, Kevin, and James, Tyler, and Austin. Does that sound like an NBA team to you, chat? But this could be an NBA team. Kevin, Devin, James, Tyler, Austin, Jimmy. That could definitely be a very, very good NBA team. Absolutely. So Warriors out of timeout here, chat. A quick burst by the Clippers in overtime. We'll see if the Warriors are able to keep pace. But after Paolo, who, of course, this is at like 16 on the list. So if we were doing the guys that you would want on your team to build a franchise, like there's versions of this ranking where, you know, Paolo is top 7 of the ranking in the league. But for this season, he's missed some time. The Magic have been up and down. And what level of Paolo are we going to get in the playoffs compared to some of these other guys? You know, I don't know if teams would feel the need to make the immediate move. Like Karl Anthony Towns, now you're giving up your center versatility, of course. Harden driving, fouling, getting fouled, I should say, on what seemed like a lob attempt, but who knows? There's arguing it's a pass. But Karl Towns, his center stretchability and the rebounding effort that he has given the Knicks this year has definitely been valuable in their success. So do you want Paolo's upside sort of full level playmaking ability, or you know, Towns gives you that immediate 3-point burst and immediate just versatility from the big man spot as well too, the same way Paolo does, and immediately just starts falling for, you know, younger person's chat. I didn't realize, I think, even who maybe was in the mix there, but yeah, Karl Anthony Towns over Paolo Banchero is a real fascinating this year. And the forward stuff is obviously, the going forward stuff with it is obviously different talk. But right now, I mean, Towns to start the year had a great tear, and so did Paolo as well too. If Paolo didn't get hurt, maybe he is just unanimously way up higher. But the injuries as well too, and how that affected the playoff picture, and how maybe that'll affect how they look in the playoff picture, is all a part of it. So Warriors down 5. Steph fires the quick 3, and he gets it, chat. Just automatic. Steph Curry with 36. I don't know why they can't put Kawhi on Steph. Why they can't put Kuwait. I didn't know there was all these things that were going to get crushed on the moon, chat, by us touching it. But apparently, pause, hey, yo. Apparently that's the case. Steph, the double by Zubats and Harden is successful, and they get the turnover. Great smart defense by the Clippers squad. You see Tyronn Lue has the team coached up. They're veterans. They know what they're doing. They know where they're going. This type of style is more condensed than, you know, maybe just some of the other stuff. But the Clippers bucket, chat, 121 to 117. Of course, under review here for what Jimmy Butler did on defense. Oh, I don't know. Butler definitely got up there for that one. Yeah, it's on the way down. It's on the way down. Good. Definitely met it up near the peak, near the apex, but Not quite right at the apex. And it looked like it maybe even didn't quite crest. Is that the right way to say it? Didn't quite crest. Maybe as high as it looked like Harden was going to float it up there for. So I don't know if he got thrown off a little bit. But official review, chat. We've got time for some more names. Speaking of Kawhi Leonard, here goes Kawhi Leonard, who is definitely making a case that this is the right place to put him. And again, if we're talking injured guys, maybe he needs that playoff to wipe away some of the injury resume of games missed. But you have to take Towns over, or Kawhi over Towns and Paolo and Jalen and probably Devin and Kevin if it really depended on it. But if this was like a zombie or a, what am I saying, chat? Like a Kawhi, like a, oh, well, whatever. We've got Harden, who has scored all the points for the Clippers in overtime. So shout out for Harden. Maybe a couple spots more up on the list are deserved. But Kawhi is number 14. So we're in the top 15, chat. Karl Towns is top 15. Is this all NBA level range? So Kawhi is not all NBA level. Didn't play enough games. Paolo didn't play all NBA level games. Durant didn't play all NBA level games as well too, chat. He's going to be stuck at like 63. So really close. Butler with Chris Dunn in the corner. Butler not able to get the three to go. So you're down 4. I don't know why you just have Steph Curry just less than a minute left. Less than 4 seconds. A foul. Free shots, chat. A free chance to get another name in here. Kawhi Leonard is 15, right one spot ahead of, or 14 or whatever. Jaylen Brown, I've lost count of what even the number of person is at this point. But Jaylen Brown is the next person on the list. Don't worry, we didn't forget about Jaylen Brown. Still giving the finals MVP respect over Kawhi, though some people might say they would rather have Kawhi. I mean, maybe peak Kawhi we can move up this list, but confidence to actually get peak Kawhi throughout the playoffs is a part of it as well, too. And IT has Evan Mobley one spot above Jaylen Brown, chat. I'm going to instant veto this. Should we say Evan Mobley? Let's put Evan Mobley and Towns just in the same spot here. Similar seasons. Mobley awesome defensively. Towns awesome offensively. I think Mobley is better offensively than Towns is defensively, if that makes sense. And Mobley, like we were saying, him and Allen have some similar advanced numbers from way earlier in this list wherever Allen appeared. Oh, no, Allen wasn't too far away. That's right. He's down there, chat. But, pause. But Mobley, just the space that he covers and the switchability and the versatility are things that don't necessarily get shown up on all the box scores as well, too, and things that make him a superior player, and hopefully part of the reason that Cleveland is able to make a title run, chat. So Mobley is in the All-NBA level territory as well, too, with how impressive Cleveland has been this year. I mean, as you would expect, his name to be in the mix, him and Mitchell both, of course. So 54.8 seconds. Here we go, chat. Draymond receives the inbound from Gary Payton. So back cut. Jimmy Butler, the back cut off the Steph Curry screen. So Steph Curry screening for Jimmy Butler in the middle of the lane. And Jimmy Butler able to cut to the rim. Who did he get the screen on? Harden? I don't think they saw the screen between either of them. I doubt it was called out. It didn't look like Harden was ready for it. I don't think Dunn saw it either. And Dunn was in good spot, but Butler just too fast. Just boom. Able to get the layup to go, chat. What a great play call. Great execution by the Warriors. The little inbound to Draymond to get it started. You know, you could have inbound that to somebody else and had Draymond inbound to get people worried about that. And then now you're running this play and, you know, this microsecond ghost of Buddy Hield is inbounding the ball or whatever. But if you can actually just get the simple inbound to Draymond and then run the play from there, that's a pretty good setup. The foul on Boogie Nights is not crazy yet. On Jimmy Butler yet. Is not wild. So we'll see what the review overturns, chat. But in the meantime, sorry to Mobley for bumping him down a couple spots, but Jaylen Brown has won Finals MVP, so has Kawhi Leonard. So it's just a little status thing to clean up there for IT's mistake. We've got, oh man, chat, we're nearing the top 10. Mobley, or Jaylen Brown at this point would be 13. Jalen Brunson is number 12, who was another one that was way lower on the defensive ratings than I expected this year, and some of the offensive efficiency hasn't necessarily been the same. You know, he's been dealing with injuries as well too, but I just expect Brunson to continue his brilliance in the playoff with the supporting cast that he has, chat, this year compared to years past. This is a great situation for him, and I don't want to necessarily start knocking Brunson out of those second-team All-NBA top 12 type conversations in the NBA. I mean, we were saying, you know, I was hot taking Brunson versus Luka at one point, and you know, obviously, it's just hot takey stuff with the conversation more so than it was like a real point, but it was to highlight the way, of course, Brunson had been playing as well too. But now it's like, I mean, I guess we'll get into the list, chat, here, even with the last couple of names. I don't think that's even a conversation. I don't think it's even... See, it's like a hot take that is obviously wrong in the moment, but there's just a whiff of it being right. Like, the way Luka's been playing lately, there's not really that same sort of funny, almost true aspect to a Brunson versus Luka thing. In the same way there was, like, Brunson could get back on that same level, and then now it's like, oh, these guys are playing awesome. Like, man, Brunson is back in that territory. But as of right now, that is a separating factor, and it's more a separating factor from that tier of the league where it felt like Brunson was. It's like, is Brunson like sneaky the MVP of the league with the way he's playing? Oh, the defense by Butler and Green on Kawhi attacking the rim. They get the stop. Butler appears limping though after the play. You don't love that. But wow. I mean, Butler with some verticality. I don't know if that was a perfect block on that. They call a foul. Is it going the other way? Oh, chat. Could be some big. Uh-oh. Steph, the step back. They double right away. There's no way they let it go. Draymond underneath. Oh, Draymond! Misses the layup. Draymond, money green. No cash. No cash for Draymond on Sunday, chat. Not able to get the layup to go. They got a foul. 13 seconds. They're just going to play it out. Pods fouls. They had the tie. They had the play. The Steph double. It's been working. Draymond, Steph, Jimmy Butler, the three-man combo of that has been executing really well, chat, down the edge here. They've needed pods. Gary Payton's been really good defensively from that, but this three-man combo can execute with the best of them in these playoff series. It's definitely going to be something to watch for. But, yeah, I'm still not ready to put Brunson down the list as far as maybe he should be quite yet. So, when we get to number... Is it number 10? Are we in the top 10, chat? Tyrese Halliburton is in the top 10, but he has managed a full climb back this year and a couple of year run, chat, now where he has been one of the most impactful offensive players in the league. There's just no denying it. The offensive plus box scores and some of the other advanced numbers, some of the shooting percentages are now to a point where you're like, I mean, efficient season, the scoring and assist numbers, like we're saying. Kawhi misses the first free throw. So a chance to make it a 2-score game there now can still only make it a 1-score game. With this, they could go up 3. But do they want to go up 3 with 6 minutes left? Have him miss and try to, you know, full court for the win would be insane. The playoff implications of that would be one of the crazy playoff implications shots of all time. Which, who knows which of the Steph Curry buzzer beaters this year would already be in the mix for that. But Halliburton has to be in this mix. Donovan Mitchell, of course, has to be in this mix as well too, chat. Absolutely. Of course, all NBA and a top 10 season once you, like we're saying, get some of the injured guys in there as well too. Even without the injured guys, with the way they're playing, he has been awesome. Why can't I spell chat? There we go. Shout out to our guy Mitchell. 2 L's for Mitchell. Shouldn't even have to ask. But Tyrese Halliburton, Donovan Mitchell. You know, Halliburton may be a little bit more, I think, in the long term capable of some more stuff than Mitchell, which could get interesting. The Cavs team is obviously better, but Mitchell has been awesome scoring at end of games and really helping, you know, be the closer for this team and just the lead guard. In general, the balance between him and Garland, getting that figured out, you have to get credit for that. So Mitchell absolutely goes into this list, but maybe a shocker over Mitchell, and maybe a shocker addition to the top 10, chat, but I think Cade Cunningham officially has to go into the top 10. And we can figure out our All-NBA here if that means he's second team All-NBA, what the guard position actually looks like, because it's going to get stacked up here at the top. But I mean, just the level of impact, the versatility that he has with the playmaking and the scoring combination, and the way he's been able to raise the ceiling of this Detroit Pistons team is about as good of a ceiling raising job as any team has done in the league. So they get the Buddy Hield 3 out of the timeout. Absolutely bricks it off the side of the backboard. Was Steph even in the game? What just happened there? They're down 3. Curry and Pods the double screen for Buddy Hield. Interesting, Chad. He might be the third best player of that double screen. And Pods has actually been out there playing some minutes tonight. So I don't know why you wouldn't double screen for Pods if you wanted to use Curry as a distraction. But either way, Harden goes to the line. The Clippers will get this win. So let's see if we can get some standing updates here real quick before we unveil the rest of the list for the top players in the NBA. Where did the Western Conference manage to get to, Chad, for the standings? In real time, let's see what we've got for the West. So OKC is the 1 seed. The Rockets are the 2 seed. The Lakers the 3 seed. Nuggets the 4 seed. Clippers get the 5 seed. The Timberwolves jump up to 6. The Warriors to 7. Grizzlies to 8. Kings to 9. Mavs to 10. And of course the Suns were already eliminated from the playoffs. So it'll be Golden State versus Memphis for that 7 seed. And then Memphis versus either Sacramento and Dallas for that 8 seed. So that's a fun 3-way team there between Memphis, Sacramento, and Dallas to see who that 8 seed will be. I don't see Oklahoma City necessarily. I mean, you know, would you be thrilled to play Memphis in a playoff series? The upside of them, probably not. Davis as well might be able to give you a little bit of an issue if he was healthy out there. But as a full team, no, there's no way Saldama and, John Morant, and with the way that he's been playing, or in a tier with the way that the Warriors have been playing. But still, I'd rather pick them over these other guys, so I'd rather them win if that was a stat that counted. But you will have OKC, like we're saying, in that matchup. The Rockets versus whoever is in that 7 seed. So probably Golden State then versus the Rockets. Missing out on that Golden State versus Lakers first round matchup, which is good that we don't get that in the first round, but the odds that we get in the playoffs now, you know, with the bracket and all that stuff, hopefully it's still a possibility to see LeBron and Steph battle it out. But yeah, we'll say OKC versus Memphis. Let's go Sacramento. Let's just say Sacramento for now, just because. OKC versus Sacramento. Memphis versus Golden State. You've got Minnesota versus the Lakers and Denver versus the Clippers. So I think right away, history is going to repeat itself. But these look like some really great matchups, chat. Some really great matchups. Of course, it was going to be a fun shuffle, however it worked out. But this is going to be exciting. The play-in's going to be great. The Eastern Conference play-in is Magic versus Hawks and Bulls versus Heat. So those are kind of fun games as well, too. Bulls versus Heat is kind of a fun 9 versus 10 matchup. I'm not even going to lie. Looking forward to that. But, yes, Cade Cunningham gets into the top 10. One spot behind Anthony Edwards. I think there's some stylistic stuff that's really interesting long-term between Edwards and Cade. But, of course, the Edwards star power and the Edwards defensive stuff as well, too, is a real separating factor when you want to start talking about him versus the upper talent in the league. We've got LeBron still at a spot above Anthony Edwards. I don't know which community in the NBA is going to get mad at this. Obviously, the Minnesota community is going to get mad. Anthony Edwards will be mad. But for a playoff run this year, for as much as I trust LeBron, I mean, I definitely do trust Edwards, chat. And I definitely trust him over LeBron as well, too. Like, the physicality of that is just a tough, it feels like a one-on-one matchup at some point in the game. But LeBron orchestrating these 5-on-5 games, he's still the best orchestrator the league has ever seen. And if we could just keep that around a little bit in the lineup, would be maybe being still that top mix, still really close to the first team All NBA mix, but had to give him some respect, especially for the way that he was upping his defensive game as well too throughout the course of the season. But LeBron is still there, not quite over Tatum, so we might have to move Edwards over LeBron, chat, to be unbiased, but we'll just keep it set in stone for now. Of course, really securing his role as best player on the team, with Jaylen Brown winning Finals MVP and making things interesting there in the playoffs last year. But we've got Tatum at 6. I've got Steph Curry at 5. You saw it tonight, chat. You saw the three-point shooting. I know that the Clippers get the win. The Warriors don't really run a play for him at the end, so that's not really his fault. But maybe Tatum can do some more defensive stuff than Steph can. But Steph offensively, the three-point stuff is too dynamic. I still have to have Steph in the top 5. There's just no way. So, I want to flip maybe LeBron and Tatum as well, too, just to have LeBron and Steph in that 1-to-1, and then, that be the tier of guys. But I think legitimately Steph over Tatum at this point, I think I would have to do it if I was picking teams, building a team, trying to win the title. There's just no way I'm not taking Steph. But I had Luka and Steph as a pretty big debate for a while, and then Luka, in LA, especially playing with LeBron, has really helped as well too. But like, we've seen Steph play better and take his game up to this level playing with Jimmy Butler, so that the second star player obviously helps. But Luka has just been he's been even better in LA, of course. He's been extra motivated, extra locked in. Some of the training stuff has already seen improvement, and those even little steps are going to make him just so much better from where he was at in Dallas, and really getting what seemed like, a little out of control, a little loose pause. It would seem like it was not spiraling a little bit, but, it was getting a little complacent, and it definitely needed a switch up. Not a full change of scenery, but something needed a switch up. So we got the most dramatic switch up, and we're getting maybe the most dramatic Luka Doncic results as well, too. Not that he already wasn't in this mix, but I think for how good offensively he's been with other good players, which again is always a struggle with the heliocentric thing, is how do you let the other good players fit in around you as well, too? Is Luka going to overwhelm the other good players when he's on a team? So if you ever had to pair him up with these guys, it wouldn't be as great, and then it just becomes an interesting team-building exercise. But it's a credit to LeBron, too, but it's a credit to Luka that he hasn't been able to overwhelm LeBron in certain moments. He hasn't necessarily overwhelmed Reeves as well, too, who's not a guy that necessarily qualifies in that category we're talking. Like, Reeves can't be a franchise guy walking around marketable the same way Luka can. With all due respect to Reeves, maybe he can. He just hasn't shown it yet. But I still am going to debate Steph versus Luka for this season, but we'll put Luka at number 4. At number 3, again, a guy I would debate at number 3. Would definitely want him at number 2. But we have to have Giannis at number 3 because we have to have Shea at number 2. Because I guess, we're spoiling the list at this point, chat, but there's 3 players left in the NBA that are not in its top 100, so you know who they are. But SGA, of course he has to be over Giannis for this year. If you're telling me right now that the Thunder could switch out SGA for Giannis Antetokounmpo and have him for the playoff run, would they do it? It's a really, really, really tough exercise, and Shea has been so efficient this year and so incredible from that point guard position, from that, or just that guard backcourt position in general, that it'd be difficult to not see where that historic ends up in the playoffs. But Giannis is still so good, and he's been so dominant at the end of this season, and he's going to be a bummer to play in the playoffs for any of this team. Since we had the Eastern Conference right there as well too, we might as well look at it. Milwaukee's going to be going up against Indiana. I mean, that's going to be a bummer for Milwaukee, all that running. But as much of a Giannis is going to be such a bummer for Indiana. Such a bummer. I mean, that's a crazy just, do they have the size? They have the speed and the athleticism to play around Giannis. But Giannis may be able to get some major, major stats in this game, which is the way that they are constructed. But, yeah, Jokic, SGA, Giannis, Doncic, Steph, Tatum, LeBron, Edwards, Cade, Mitchell, Halliburton, and Brunson is the top players from the NBA season. So if we went and tried to figure out I guess, if we were doing awards really quick, chat, again, we have Jokic as the best player in the league, and I honestly think if I had MVP, I know I've kind of, if you check the tapes, I feel like you could have gathered. If you had asked AI what we probably would vote for MVP, and it checked all of our live streams that it did, it would probably be like, he's probably leaning Jokic. But yeah, we would definitely vote Jokic for MVP if we had a vote. It's just what it is. Sorry to Shea. Jokic is the MVP of the league still. I would vote Shea for second, and like I'm saying, that's a win because he supplanted Giannis for second for MVP voting, and it's like, whoa, that's crazy because Giannis is historic second place guy. But Giannis still at third. Doncic, would he be fourth in MVP voting? Then you got to kind of start getting into the win stuff, like Tatum with the Celtics, Mitchell with the Cavs, of course, have to be in the mix. But, I mean, screw it. You could have Steph. I mean, and the Warriors ended up finishing the 7th seed, so what can you have? How far can you have a 7th seed advancing in some of these awards things? But I say very, very far, chat. Put Steph on the MVP ballot even. But if you went Jokic, SGA, Giannis, Tatum for MVP ballot, and then the number 5 guy could be, I guess it could be Doncic, chat. It could be Doncic. The Lakers up to the 3 seed. Did they get to a 50-win team? I know they did. He wasn't there for the full season, but it could be Doncic in that 5th MVP spot for sure. But for first team All-NBA, where'd my notebook go, chat? Did we knock it over? We sure did. Is the pen down here somewhere as well, too? We need something to write with, IT. Oh, well. The notebook will do us no good. Either way, I guess we got a computer right in front of us, chat. So, All-NBA, of course, we know Team 1 is Jokic, SGA, still Giannis for me on first team All-NBA. He's just still too dominant of a player. And then Steph for me is the other 4th team lock. So I had 4th lock on this team, first team. And I had him over, of course, Tatum in the player ranking. So if you want to throw the team success stuff with Tatum and the value to the but if you've actually watched what Steph, and not if you haven't watched Tatum, but just the way Steph has played this year, to me, he's one of the 5 best basketball players in the NBA. He needs to be on first team All-NBA. So Tatum could get that 5th spot. Like we were saying, Luka could get it. I guess SGA already has to take one for the top seed spot. He's taken that spot on the All-NBA. So do we have to give it to a Cavs player or a Celtics player? Did the Celtics get to 60 wins too? I don't think they ended up getting... They did get to 61, so 3 wins behind Cleveland. Tatum, 3 wins behind Mitchell, and I kind of want to put Mobley on first team, but I don't think he's been that good. So yeah, Tatum, I guess, will sneak in there and get that first team spot. But then Luka gets that MVP vote, chat, over Tatum. No, so I guess MVP ballot, it could be okay. Tatum could get a vote in there as well too. But if we did second team, I think a second team big, we had Mobley over Towns in the player rankings. So with the way the season shook out, with the way the player rankings finalized, I think we could put Mobley on second team. We have to put Mitchell on second team, of course, since he didn't make first team. We have to put Luka on second team. And then we kind of have to put LeBron on second team as well, too, according to this. I guess Edwards, probably. With Minnesota being a 6th seed, the Rockets, do the Rockets have to get a second teamer? I don't think they have to get a second teamer, chat, to be honest. We could put Halliburton in that mix as well, too. And we could go Towns. We could go Towns as well. We could go Jaylen Brown for second team All-NBA. We know Towns is going to be all on NBA. And we know Edwards is going to be on All-NBA as well, too. So let's just start a third team with Towns and Edwards on it real quick. And that will be... We can always move them up into the second team area if we need to. We know LeBron is going to be on All-NBA. And we know LeBron's going to be... So would we put 2 Cavs and 2 Lakers on second team All-NBA? And then Edwards goes into that mix? Maybe Towns? But let's keep Towns and Edwards down there for now. Kawhi, of course, didn't make the push. So we would basically be down to like Harden and Halliburton and then a Rockets player. So we put Amen Thompson on third team All-NBA. It might be happening, chat. We might have to just do a live re-stats check real fast. Is PER going to determine our All-NBA? But I just need a prompt. I need a light at the end of the tunnel. Because Amen Thompson was up here, chat. We should just go to the Houston team real quick. Let's see. Sengun, a top 20 player in the league, but you know that the bigs get favored in the PER rankings. So just to remember the numbers real quick, Jalen Green at 20 a game, Amen Thompson at 14 a game. Sengun at 19 and 10. And 49% from the field, 23% from 3. So he's close, chat. Sengun is definitely in the mix. I think Halliburton definitely has to be on an All-NBA team, though, for sure. Jaylen Brown's not going to be on it, chat. It may just shake out that way. Oh, not Maxey. R.I.P. Maxey. I guess we just go Halliburton, chat. Shout out to the clans of Tyrese. Do we need to figure out the team Tyrese versus team Jalen matchup as well too and see who wins? So we know that Halliburton is going to be on one of these 3 teams for sure. We've got Giannis. Oh, and we got to have Cade, chat. We've got to have Cade. Lock in Cade. Let's just put him on third team for right now just to keep the name down. But Cade over Halliburton? Maybe Halliburton will bump onto that second team. So Sengun, are we going to leave a Rocket off of All-NBA after they claim the 2 seed? 52 wins over a 50-win Laker team. Sengun and Green and Thompson have been a big part of that. So do we have to put Sengun, chat? Is Sengun going to take the 5th spot? Who do we feel the worst about leaving off this list? Let's see. Was it just... Yes, Sengun. So, in terms of leaving All-NBA guys off... Oh, do we have we have Edwards on here. I thought I was going to write down Ant, but... yeah, Jaylen Brown is obviously a tough one, like we're saying. Paolo with some of the injury stuff. Another Thunder with Jalen Williams and Chet with the injury stuff. Could Austin Reeves have made a push? Tyler Hero having a fun season. Harden is definitely in the mix, but I'm not going to put Harden on third team All-NBA chat. Let's get some new blood in the All-NBAs. Harden had some good games, a good season for sure, but I don't think he needs to be remembered as one of the 15 best players from this year. We can definitely freshen up that list a little bit, so I'm kind of happy with those names. To be honest, I think it makes a lot of sense, chat. So to clean up our All-NBA teams, first team makes sense. Second team starting to make sense. Just to be unbiased toward the Lakers, do we have to move LeBron into third team? And then Halliburton versus Cade discussion is tough, but I mean, the Pacers, they did win a handful more games than the Pistons did. And I think Halliburton was maybe even a little bit more consistent than Cade was. So do we put Halliburton? But maybe we put Edwards on second team All-NBA. Mobley, Mitchell, Edwards, and Luka. That's like kind of a real All-NBA team because Edwards and Luka are kind of versatile forwardy guards. Mobley obviously could be a forwardy center. Mitchell's a backcourt guy. So we could put Halliburton on this list and make another backcourt guy. We could put Towns. So we have LeBron, Towns, Cade. Did I delete Edwards out of there? Yeah, I thought I did. Okay. LeBron, Town, Halliburton, Cade, Sengun. Okay, wait, do we have a spot left? Who did I delete out that? I'm going to accidentally forget again, Chad. Somebody I just accidentally removed. No, because we had LeBron and Luka on this team. And then we moved him down to here. So maybe we do actually have one spot left that I am not thinking of here at the moment. But just to double check. Like Trae Young. I don't know, chat. I don't know. So LeBron, Towns, Halliburton, Cade, and Sengun. I guess LeBron gets to go on second team, chat. Screw it. If we're debating this much, LeBron gets to be the answer. So Mobley, Mitchell, Luka, LeBron, and Edwards on second team. 2 Cavs, 2 Lakers, and Anthony Edwards breaking into the mix. Then we have Towns, Sengun, Halliburton, Cade as a 4-person combination for the All-NBA team so far. That's kind of a fun 4-person combo. So we could stick Jaylen Brown back on this list as well too. Like we said, some of the Clipper guys are. I guess is Harden back in the mix. Harden might be back in the mix. Jaylen Brown games played this year. I'm pretty sure he was out there as Tatum with a good 72. You can't, of course, be mad about that, chat. But minutes played for our guy Jaylen Brown. Where is he at? Did he get in the 2,000 minute club? Does that count as a club, chat? 2,000 minutes. How many miles? 2 minutes, miles. What club are we talking about here? But Jaylen Brown, how many minutes? That's going to be a real deciding factor, chat. Those Knicks guys got to be rewarded for running out there. Oh, Denny Advia. Basketball Reference wants to put Denny Advia on All-NBA. Okay, I'll definitely consider it. But 63 games. Oh, Jaylen Brown didn't make the cut, chat. He just missed the cut of 63 games. That's brutal. That feels like almost intentionally he didn't want to be on All-NBA, being that close. Could have played today, I guess, and made it 64 and really been close. But, yeah, so no Jaylen Brown in the conversation for this part. Still affecting the league and still a presence in our playoff ranking. I'm just going to be updating this live, chat. Mobley, no, we did update Mobley. Brunson a little bit, for sure. Mitchell over Halliburton, like we were saying, is a brutal would you rather sort of conversation. But there you go, chat. I feel pretty good about throwing together that All-NBA team there. I guess we still have one spot left. All-NBA, don't worry, we'll do the work if this is our audition for having a vote in the future. I know this is not the best audition, but make no mistake, we do take it seriously. We do watch the games, and we do have a list of guys to choose from here, potentially as well too. So we're choosing basically between Harden and another Rockets player. Probably not. We could go. We already have Cade. We could go Paolo. So it might have to be Harden. Edwards is already on the team from the Wolves. They got a player. The Warriors got a player. The Lakers, Nuggets, Thunder both have a player. So the Clippers just aren't going to have an All-NBA level player. I don't think that's probably going to be the case this year, Chat. And again, as a 49-win team, they beat 5 in the East. So everybody in the East above them and in that mix has the guys to draw from there if they want to sign them out. Just straight out of the, straight out of the source, Chat. But there we go. We can't wait to look forward to the playoffs. The player rankings were a ton of fun. The play-in, I believe, launches this Tuesday, so be back Tuesday because the play-in is going to be absolutely lit and absolutely crazy, Chat, and you're not going to want to miss the REMINGTOM pod. Will be, of course, live for the NBA play-in matchup. So you can catch us here live on the YouTube. You can catch these versions as well later on the podcast feeds like Spotify, Apple. They are thrown up there as well too. If there's video feed like Spotify, you can get the video version of it over there as well. But what do we got? A little baseball? Just NBA trying to trick us basketball fans into watching baseball. ESPN thought they could just sneak a Dodgers game in here, but make no mistake, I know where the remote's at. I can turn the TV off, throw on a movie. Nah, shout out to baseball. Shout out, is Ohtani playing? Since it is a Dodgers game, Since it is on, maybe it will work. Maybe they'll fool us. Or do we just go out and get more basketball shots up, Chat? Who knows? But follow us here, like we were saying. Stay tuned for the live stream for the NBA playoffs. We'll be here sitting through it, watching all the games, reacting, having a good time, hanging out. If you want to hang out watching some NBA, the REMINGTOM pod will be there for you. And April's got a couple other fun things cooked up its sleeve before we exit this month as well, too. The NFL draft being one of them, Chat. We've got some NFL draft stuff to look forward to. That is going to be exciting as well. But there we go, Chat. The top 100 players for the NBA before we hit the playoffs. And like I said, we'll be back after the playoffs. We'll do our updated rankings. We'll see our biggest movers. I'll probably move some stuff around from this IT ranking right now, Chat. We got to add players in. Who'd we forget? I mean, we didn't even have all the injured players. But, yep, there we go, Chat. That will do it for tonight. Pause. And we will catch y'all next time. Like I said, be back Tuesday. Play it!